Alright, sweet. I'm live. It's been a while. Popping on YouTube. Oh, I've been taking a sabbatical. Holy crap. It's been a great... I gotta be honest. It's been about a good month. I've been streaming on Twitch for about a month and a half. Almost 2 months. I've been catching up on a lot of shit. Got an ambulance going by. Anyway. But I wanted to pop on YouTube. Not that I have anyone really to watch and enjoy me, but we'll see. I'm just popping on. So, talk, chat, all that wonderful nonsense, and door. Pretty much I'm willing to go into any topics. I'm binge watching Super Smash Bros. A lot of shit on that. Genshin Impact, Dea. She's fucking awesome. You got a problem? I don't. News and politics. That's a tough one. I don't really give a shit. As long as our president can actually get up a set of stairs, I'm good. And I can actually give a coherent speech. Especially when you got a goddamn teleprompter. So news and games. We're all past the Hogwarts. It's like, what is like news of the world? Oh my god, and a movie comes up. That's what happens when I pop that shit on. Oh yeah, look at all my shit. Let me adjust this shit. Yeah. I curse a lot. Wait. It's got that little bubble there. I hate Yahoo. Yahoo's so annoying. Let's talk about weather, right? Nah, shit. Oh, the Oscars. I watched Black Panther 2. You know what? I don't mean to come across... See, this ain't racially motivated, but... How did Maria Presley die? So the Jamie Lee Curtis stuff, I haven't watched this movie. I really haven't. But I don't really care either. Angela Bassett, I saw her in Black Panther 2, and I was like, cringe. I'm sorry. I was like, damn, this shit's cringe. Like, she's so forced in that movie. Oh my god. But I don't know about Jamie Lee. I didn't see... What the hell's the movie called? What, where, who? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really interest me very much. Oh, Jesus. Holy shit. You won an Oscar for that? What the... Oh my god. That's just disturbing. Yeah, she got the Oscar. They never got Tony Curtis, and Jenna Leigh. Alright, let's see, you think she would at least gotten something for Psycho? I guess not. Go figure. I'm sorry. Bassett, I'm sorry. I thought it was cringe. I thought her role was forced and cringed. When her character died, I actually thought this is now a good movie. Sorry to the wokies of the universe. I mean, Black Panther, the original was fine. With Chadwick, that's fine. It seemed to be fine. Didn't seem to be too divisive. I can't believe people will take offense. I mean, honestly, I'm offended by Jamie Lee Curtis every time I see or hear her open her mouth. Like, Yeah, yeah, you're gonna need some probiotic to take that down smoothly, to just digest that. I don't know, Oscars are always garbage. I didn't watch it like everyone else. I don't even know what the ratings are. They're probably crap, probably shit, probably garbage. Just a bunch of wokies in Hollywood. I like Wookiees. I don't like Wokies. Reparations idea: 5 million per black person. God damn, that's so racist. Oh my god. It's just this shit like this is racist. I'm sorry, it is what it is. 100% racial. Racially motivated. It's ridiculous. Reparations. You know what that is? You know what that is? Just vote for me. It's politics. It's just corruption. That's all it is. Giving people free money. It's buying votes is what that is. And it's like, it doesn't benefit those that were enslaved. They're dead. Why should their future generations benefit from their suffrage? It's so racist. So racist. Let's see. Actual legit racism is right there. Equity, racial bullshit. That's something Canadians can keep. I don't even have to get into like the gentian shit. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'll tell you. I freaking tell you. Let me see here. I need to edit something. I'm like pondering to myself. I'm like re-editing the title. I'm like, I never like doing clickbaity shit though. Shit. I'm just straight up cursing the day. Working on my live stream. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Oh, God. You know, as I'm sitting here in my man cave on my days off, my day off, days off too, 2 days off, because work sucks. What a load and pile of garbage. I'm not the most liberal person in the world, but this reject 40-hour work week bullcrap is garbage, and I am really getting tired of the pyramid scheme that are typical companies, even in charity. I work for a damn charity. It's a damn pyramid scheme. You got workers on the bottom that work incredibly hard, and they're bullshitted every single day. Garbage is shoved down their throat for the sake of keeping those that don't really keep the company afloat. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm all for a capitalistic society, but that's if the market is allowed to compete, which case our market is not able to compete. And it definitely doesn't help that I work for a charity that has basically, I'm not going to say allowed, but it has become a monopoly. I literally work for a company, a charity, that has become such a monopoly. They have no competition. They can do whatever they want. They could pay their employees the minimum wage, give them crappy raises, treat them like garbage, and there's like no alternative for them. It's the charity, or go into the, get an actual job. No offense to charities, but like they're not actual jobs. I guess that's very subjective, but my perspective on job is like, you know, an actual job that actually like has some form of meaning. Most charities are just schemes, that's all they are. Like charities, I mean, come on, it's just a way to avoid taxes, some shit like that. You know, it's just beneficial. And then unfortunately, my viewpoint on charities is just this. These are people, CEOs, executives, supervisors, everyone in between and below and or again above. They couldn't make it in the actual market, so they're bottom barrel. And these are the worst people with the worst people skills. They're not good. They're lazy, unmotivated, and they only care about themselves. That's what my company is just full of. Full of shit. Alright. I will be glad on my last day. Whenever that comes. I mean, honestly. I gotta read this shit? You're joking? Okay, let's see Yahoo's Wookiee's perspective on things. I mean, this guy is the face of the movement. Yeah, he was sentenced 41 months, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He played a key role in those latest videos. Yeah, he certainly did. He certainly did. He stormed the Senate chambers and left a note for Vice President Pence. You mentioned the prayer that he made. Justice is coming. Wait, what did it say? Yeah, put forth his legal name. Well, I hear he was giving a terrible deal by his defense attorney, whatever. He wasn't given really all the options he should have. Let's see. Damn, he's already spent 11 months. He was a veteran too. So you don't really go into much detail then, huh? In that, really, who did this? Sudika Shah? Sudik. I'll just say Sudik in short. This person's a dick. I don't know. Never before seen. Yeah. Led through. I mean, kind of. Yeah, he was kind of being led through. He was also doing some of the leading too. I mean, there was like a recent poll. Recent poll where the majority of like 60% of Americans believe that January 6th was just, I mean, my words, just shit. It's just bullshit. Repeatedly asked to leave. Going after Tucker, huh? I like Tucker. Tucker's awesome. Oh, hey, mister, how's it going? Now, I haven't heard about the... Okay, how do I pronounce that? Quit? Witty? 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 Quitty? K-Wit? K-White? See, I don't know anything that's going on, like, what's it about? Is it... How you and your folks been doing with all the... I don't know what you guys have been up to. I don't know if Quantum is like a thing or someone else, or... I need to be caught up on all the YouTube drama. Like what is going down on YouTube? I've already been provocative on this stream, by the way. I was just like looking on Yahoo. Everyone's gonna like go after me. I saw this 5 million reparations for a black person. I said, "Damn, that's racist." And then I didn't care about Jamie Lee Curtis winning an Oscar. I don't really care about her. I thought Bassett or whatever was forced in Black Panther too. An ex-partner of his. Okay. Orion, that sounds familiar. So we got another thing going on, huh? Past that one dude. I don't know, the last time I was on, was that one dude that was... Oh, it's already there. What's this? Orion is a liar. This YouTuber lied about Quitty. Orion disproves their own. Am I allowed? Well, it's already written there. So, rape claim against Quite the Whitey. I don't know. That's Comic Crow. That's Pin. No offense to Penguins, but I find him kind of monotonely boring. A lot of people watch him. What's this? Is this a short?
Today we got a bit of a more serious episode. Flight allegations that come out against another commentator flight. So this is from Naya Spook.
Twitter up to the into chaos, really.
I struggled with this for years before writing this. I was raped by a man known as the YouTuber Flight in February 2018, and I had been in an extremely toxic friendship on and off with him.
Shit.
Today we got a bit of a more serious episode. Flight allegations that come out against another commentator flight. So this is from Naya Spook.
Turn my shit up.
I've never felt that I could come out about this, and I've struggled with this for years before writing this. I was raped by a man known as the YouTuber Flight in February 2018, and I had been in an extremely toxic friendship on and off with him.
That's probably cutting a little bit,
We
huh?
planned to meet up while he was on vacation in my city. This is where the worst of his behavior occurred. We were both on and off flirting and had discussed that if we were both single at this time, we would take each other's virginity. However, once he had come on to me in the backseat of my car, I started to get cold feet. He, however, did not want to take no for an answer. In the backseat of my own car, he raped me. All the while, I was telling him how it hurt and how I didn't want to do this anymore. He kept telling me this is what you wanted as he went, but soon got bored of it and got out. I sat in the car by myself for a bit before going to join him in the movie we had planned to see together. And to make up,
I don't know why it's got to do the text right in front of my face.
I got pissed
Today we got a bit of a more
He made a Discord response.
Flight
He would address the
allegations.
allegations.
Another commentator
So this is like the big thing going on YouTube.
Hello.
Is
I've
this
never
like-
felt that I could come out about this, and I've struggled with this for years before writing this. I was raped by a man known as the YouTuber Flight in February 2018.
Apology to is terrible. Well, like, is there like some other form of like this person apologizing. Orion responds. I don't know who Nefarious is. Have I checked out Nefarious? I don't know. But this is quite right for the record. 2 days ago.
This is my response to several allegations made against me.
So this is the dude, huh? I wonder how tall he is. Content warning: discussions of very sensitive topics. Please view with discretion.
The most serious of which
you think I should get like a clipboard and put in the back? Would never have to put any text, any type of text on Steam Labs at all. Just have a whiteboard behind me and just write the
assaulted
shit.
a former friend and ex-partner of mine named Orion in Orlando, Florida on February 18th, 2018. This is patently false and completely untrue. Not only did I not assault Orion, I never had any sexual contact with him in any way, shape, or form. I have a lot of evidence to share backing what I say in this video, including a recording of Orion giving a testimony of
he doxed his face
from late 2018 that directly contradicts his current version of events. I've prepared what I have to say ahead of time, as this is something I wanted to make sure I had my thoughts in order for when discussing, so if you see my eyes flitting back and forth, that's why. I intend this as a comprehensive
back and forth, that's why.
Orion and afterwards, but certain things will be addressed out of order as I need to touch.
You know what? You know, it'd be better like if he just had like tape in between his glasses. So just add to
on the
it.
Most severe allegations first. This video will be.
He should like tape glasses, maybe like a crack going through one lens, and like just like some fake bruises, and just go on. Someone beat the shit out of me.
Split into chapters
I'm
for easy
sorry.
navigation if you want to jump around or come back to any section later. A very strong content warning.
So
in
is
this video
Orion a
discussions of
dude, a
sexual
chick,
assault,
a they, a
transphobia,
them?
slurs, racism, self-harm, emotional abuse, physical abuse, and more. If any of these topics are sensitive ones for you, please use discretion while watching.
Oh, okay, so you do got something going. Okay, conduct. Okay, well this isn't on your whiteboard. Transphobia, usage of slurs, racism. How old is this dude? Trans male. Oh God, I had to think about that for a moment. Trans male, so female to male. Jesus.
And make use of the chapters if you feel the need to skip any of these topics for your sake. Orion claims I assaulted him in
Which
the
is
backseat of his car
dangerous
outside of
for
the
the-
Cinemark
for the-
XD
for
theater
the-
in Orlando before we went inside to watch a 3:40
biological
p.m. showing of Black
females.
Panther. Orion alleged that mid-intercourse I didn't listen to him when he said that I was hurting him, and when he told me to stop, I apparently didn't until some time after he had asked. And that all the way through the act, I was continuously telling him, "This is what you want."
Okay, so I went like so in the back seat of my okay, it's like I don't understand. Like when you're having sex with someone, it's like there's no fun if if the other person's not enjoying it. There's no fun. There's just no fun to it. So I don't understand people. If that's true, I don't understand people that do that. There's no fun for it. Like why? 22 or 23. Kind of almost seemed like he was younger. So he was telling me, okay, this is what you want. Okay. Yeah, I just keep on saying that about it. Okay, yeah, say that. Yeah, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. This is what you get, bitch. That shit's sick. Excuse me. As soon as you got bored of it. Okay, what the? Well, I mean, it wouldn't be an enjoyable experience. I don't know why he would even do it. I don't understand these people. I really don't. So falsely accused him. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So now the plot's really thickening then. So now I'm getting an idea there. Okay. So this shit's real. So we got potentially a false allegation. Okay, he was 17 then. Okay. And 18. Well, that's probably kind of the reverse then, isn't it? Oh my God! Accusation. That's a reverse situation. This is what was said about it. Okay. So to make up, okay, popcorn was bought to make to like a gesture, like I'm so sorry. Here's like a box of popcorn or a bucket of popcorn. This is an actual like statement that or this person Orion said, like in the accusation, like what? Okay. Two virgins. What? So okay. This is some dramatic shit, mister. This is some really dramatic shit here. What the fudge? So they're both virgins. What potentially? Is that confirmed at the time? This might be too much information, honestly. They still hung out for the rest of the day, and okay.
Orion says when I did stop, it was only because I got bored of the sex and then I exited the car. He goes
I'm
on
gonna
to
need
say
some
that
coffee
after we got into
right
the theater
here.
that I had him buy me popcorn to make up for it. This is entirely false on multiple levels.
So this is so overall this is Queedy or Quitey defending. Okay. And this was for the record. Okay. 2.5 million views.
No idea why Orion would this egregiously and ridiculous.
Also, I don't know. I guess this probably helps with the sound, but that is fucking weird to hold, by the way. What is the really sad thing about all this? Of being prone to self-harm. Okay. He's a virgin, or was, and/or. What's essayed? Is that abused? Sexually abused? Twice before? So overall, what you're saying is this guy has suffered a lot of traumatic distress from this crap. Pretty much.
Ridiculously fabricate a crime of this.
He's probably got social anxiety. But that, so probably, see, I have a social anxiety myself. Like, I am absolutely terrified of, I mean, I can do people, but if I do a crowd, I gotta get like, I gotta have some coffee in me. Otherwise, it's like some scary shit.
Magnitude. This clip is
So, and of course, I'm in my man cave right now. I work, and then I go, then for my days off, I'm just a hermit, and I don't really go out or anything very much. Just the necessities to pay all my bills online. So if he's got social anxiety and that kind of thing, I understand that.
He has a very different account of how he felt about that.
I'm also very selective with the women that I hang around too, like my sexual partners, or just in general, women that I hang around. I'm very selective because I don't trust women. Depending.
That day, even in hindsight, looking back at it.
Cut to February where we met up for the second time, and I remember it was February because we.
This is Orion, Onion. You couldn't go through with it, so I mean, so I hear the term a lot. Is he? Do we know if he is asexual? This is them. That's them.
Went to see Black Panther.
They saw, and this happened with Black Panther. Oh no! Couldn't happen with number 2. Like what? I mean,
It was fun, and I just
why ruin a good movie?
out of my car, but it stopped me. And just remember I was really sure about you, and then closing the door, which made me feel really good because this was.
Why does this person sound so feminine? Like if it's like trans male, like why so feminine? I mean, I know unless like a transition hasn't fully happened, like because this is Onion, right? So why does Onion still have that feminine voice? I've been close to that in the past. It's not a fun thing with an ex. I know my first ex, the first relationship, it ended terribly. And she would falsely accuse me of some things. She was very boring in bed. It was pretty egregious in itself. Pretty terrible. She had a lot of traumatic brain injuries too. She had a lot of paranoia, spread a lot of false rumors. She was also I helped her get a job at my workplace, and after our relationship ended terribly, she would spread false rumors about me at work. I didn't find out until after she quit. I'm like, of all the shit that I put into that relationship, all the fucking emotional abuse that I suffered, and that's what I fucking get. False fucking rumors spread about me. And at my workplace, like, that's all I do is work. Like, I try to be the best person I can, do false accusations. It's like, you bitch. I don't hold too much against her these days, though. I haven't seen her. I just know she went to shit. She gained a lot of weight. I lost a lot of weight
Throughout the entire
after a
video,
relationship. I like to say that I actually was better for it after the fact.
and from a testimony given much closer
So
to when the
Ford,
assault allegedly took place.
to catch up on you, even forged a copy and paste and a medical doc. What's the medical doc? What's going on? Well, like, what is...
The topic of sexual or romantic activity between me and Orion is not mentioned a single time. I'll be going through everything I've been able to gather around mine and Orion's.
And I do want to tread a little carefully. I do have some friends, former coworkers, all kinds, that are like trans. And I do try to be as respectful as I can, but I do see with a small minority of trans folk that they can get very sexual salty. They can get into that creepy territory and get really weird.
Actions to give my side of how the time we.
But I have no problem with the trans community in general. It's just that they can really some of their minor members can be really creepy, like really stalkishly creepy. And I'm like, I choose to be straight, but I appreciate the friendships type deal. But
each other
would you
and to
please like stop
demonstrate what
harassing
things
me?
Orion alleges happened that conflict with
I
what
get
I have
harassed a lot.
to show. Every single thing I have been accused of, not just from this set of allegations, but the one Orion tried to spread in that video from 2018, have never once been substantiated by any solid evidence other than testimony. The only thing ever backing any accusations Orion made against me was a person saying that something happened, oftentimes while contradicting other things they said when giving separate testimonies. Currently, outside of proving that me and Orion did know each other, did meet up in person, and discuss sexual intimacy over text at some point, none of the claims I have done. This is my account of that day. When we met up on February 18th, at one point, me and Orion were in a shopping center and came across a store that sold plushies. I saw one I liked that I was looking to buy for myself as a keepsake of the trip. Orion, through what I assume was trying to be polite, didn't want to let me pay for the plush and was very insistent that I let him cover the cost. And
Big mistake. Big mistake right there. It's not in all cases, but that's a red flag right there. That's a red flag. Anyone been on a date or been with someone and they're just so forceful, they just want to involve themselves like that, and in his case, they want to they'll just pay for everything or whatever. Guess what? They're really paying for control over your life. You got to be careful. That's an immediate red flag. That's an immediate red flag. Like every time I have a date or something like that, I look at my date partner and I'm like, especially these days, I'm like, what are we doing? Or am I paying, you paying, or are we splitting? What are we doing? I don't care either way. But depending, I mean, I give the options and I put down the boundaries. You pay, but don't be expecting. This is, that kind of, it's just red flag when people do that. They're just seizing control over your life. It's like, because guess what? They get to hold it against you too. It's like, oh, well, I paid for this, I paid for that, and you haven't done this, or you haven't done that. That's a huge red flag. Huge red flag. Oh, God.
in general, I like to pay for my own things.
YouTube froze there. I'm like, oh my God.
YouTube was first doing well for me. So
I'm actually, on a side note, I'm waiting for my streaming setup that's streaming right now. I'm upgrading my graphics card. I've already upgraded. It had a power supply that was 6 years old. I cleaned it out and everything, replaced the power supply, just everything but the CPU and the motherboard. It's been a great system. I'm going to be upgrading the graphics card. It's supposed to be coming in today.
I knew I'd have money coming in not far down the line.
I love the system so much that I just chose to kind of upgrade the graphics and replace the power supply so it lasts longer.
for my own things even more. When any of y'all first got a job as a kid or a new position that gave you a higher level of income for the first time, I'm sure you felt the same way. You want to use the money you feel for the...
I gotta switch over. I got my whole setup's freaking crazy, man. I freaking swear. Alright, let's see where this pops up. Do I want to leave YouTube? Just go to the site, dude. Come on. I don't even think I'm logged into Twitter. Doesn't matter. Who's Vrista? So number one defender. It's like, hey, I haven't seen the full video, but I noticed quite a bit of lying in the first 10 minutes, so I realized I need to show my diagnosis. Hey, not now. Why? It's like the turn notifications comes on Twitter. Like, come on, really? So this is the doc you're talking about right here. This is the medical doc. Hey. Nia Sputin is Orion. Orion or Onion. Just Onion. Orion. Oren. Oreo. Onion. I'm terrible. Oh, okay. What's with the name? With the Nia Sputin, Sputin bullshit, right? Andor. Man, that's what it's talking about. Memories. It's talking about traumatic event, severe emotional distress. Trying to. Okay. I should get one of these for work. That's what I should do. Feeling emotionally numb, overwhelming guilt or shame, trouble sleeping, trouble concentrating. It sounds like life, doesn't it? Had to leave work early or... oh, man. Are you kidding me? Don't quit your day job. You know? It's like, don't quit your day job. Let's see what this other one is. Okay, so Star Hardy. Alright, Onion. I'm so terrible, aren't I? See, Onion. Copy and paste. Let's see here. Okay. A copy and paste and fake. It would be, proofread. So I don't know about this proofread. Here's evidence that the medical doc is completely false. Alright, this is looking great for you, dude. He said, proofread. What? Let's look on here really quick. Proofread. Written or printed material, and any. Why is the intro? There we go. They must revise the proofread. Their what? Carefully checking for errors in the text. So there's errors in this text, huh? So the copy and paste. Okay, so. So basically, this hasn't been proofread. So that's the case in point that it's fake, huh? And then we'll go to let's see here. Let me see here. So this is Eve. Me when you copy and paste a fake doctor's signature. It's just okay, and then it's going down the line in the signature. Okay. So literally okay, yeah, forgery, huh? So how do these people think? So say it really is true. Like, how do people think like this? It's just like you do go to the doctor and they don't like go with it, and you're just like, screw this person, I'm gonna forge their signature.
First time that you've earned yourself to do things for yourself. This plush was not a shared cost. It was something I wanted to get specifically for me. I genuinely did not want Orion to pay for my stuff when I felt I could finally do so on my own. That is more than likely a pride thing, but it is how I was. I distinctly remember the cashier who was watching us bicker about it at checkout say something along the lines of, sometimes you just gotta let them pay for it, in a cheeky, young love kind of way. After going back and forth on it some, I directly communicated to Orion that I would be more comfortable if he let me pay for it myself. I tried to be as direct and clear with this as possible. In response, Orion said something to the effect of, okay, I'll let you buy it if you give me a kiss.
I mean,
this was a weirdly identical,
but it's like, what's going to happen to Onion, though?
Over text the day before, which I will be sharing. This time, though, I didn't get to just put the phone down and not engage. I'm actively looking to buy this thing in the moment, and Orion is right in front of me. I regret agreeing to their proposal in hindsight, and maybe if I hadn't, Orion would have stopped pushing at some point. But in this somewhat awkward situation, my brain sees that as the most immediate way out of an uncomfortable spot and to pay for the item myself like I wanted. At the time, I took the comment to be lighthearted and honestly didn't think it was something that was going to get followed through on. Later that day, though, Orion and I are in the driver's seat and passenger seat of his car, respectively, when the topic of the kiss comes up again. What I'm about to say is not a standard of consent I would have applied to anybody else back then, and it's something I've learned is also true for me and I'm deserving of as I got older.
Just
back then,
log out, that's it?
Younger, I was 17 and had complete shit for brains.
Has Onion like gone off the map? I mean, off the radar? Like, has Onion like just disappeared? Or is Onion still like defending or going around publicizing this stuff? Defending or whatever? Like, you'd think this person would just go would just like go off the radar. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, he's running away. Okay, good. Yeah, go off the radar.
In my head, I'm thinking, fuck, that's right, I did agree to that. Since it's come up again, I'm thinking that Orion meant it seriously and I misread the situation, and that it would be shitty to now pull out of something I've already committed to. That is not how consent works in the slightest, even on something...
I mean, like an onion, this has many, many layers. Many layers to it, so... Onion is a fitting name.
But despite my hesitance, I did kiss Orion.
This is the onion effect.
That's it. That's all we ever did.
And we're peeling away the layers.
I was feeling weird about it. I wasn't exactly enthusiastic about the event in the first place, and I didn't want to go any further with it, so we didn't. I am not trying to paint this as some instance of me being... says that we had been on and off flirting and talked about how if we were both single and virgins, we would take each other's virginity. This is not something...
It sounds so romantic. We're just gonna take each other's. You should sue. I don't know about... I don't know. I don't know about the sue thing. I don't know about that one. Everyone's always... You know, it's just a way for people to get money. I don't know. Say this dude has many backers, many people coming out to defend him, and then, you know, it's all out there, and the innocence is proving. I mean, why sue when publicly he's already been won? I don't know. Everyone, like, sues each other. I don't know. It gets... I mean, just like a victory. I mean, his popularity goes up. He's proven to be trustworthy and honest from it. I mean... And then Onion goes away forever.
Thing that was ever formally and fully agreed upon from my end, and much less as something we do at some specific place or
But then again, I guess in the current climate, I guess, yeah, just sue the low testosterone trans man.
The virginity thing was first
Seriously,
mentioned
there must not be much testosterone going on there with that voice. I mean,
over half a year earlier in August 2017, where Orion was the one to originally propose.
like, can you be called a trans man if you haven't actually gone through, like, the transgender process? Like, with the medical treatments of testosterone? Do you really qualify as a trans man? I wonder.
In a voice call, and I was the one who wanted to think on it further. While I don't have a recording of that call for the exact wording, Orion specified that
Yeah, when you put it that way, yeah. Well, but like say, false trans man Onion had had like taken Quiddy to court and like won or something like that, and Quiddy went to prison or something like that, or had some type of punishment. Then it'd be like that, and it turns out to be not true. Then it's like sue the living shit out of like Onion Boy, you know what I mean? But if it's like not like it has never like turned into like a legal thing, and there's like been no like legal consequences, then to just like sue people just kind of like for the hell of it doesn't. I mean, I guess you can do it for, but it's just not. I mean, he just gains popularity, more views, more from this. So, I mean. But if Queedy is like, if there was like some type of legal thing that happened to him because of all this, then I would say like sue the shit out of Onion Boy.
heart message he sent was platonic, and in response, I joked that it didn't seem very platonic, just straight up gay. That's because we weren't.
And that's just to keep society behaving, because we need our society to behave.
Just cuddling or something in that vein. He had proposed explicitly having intercourse.
Just be all suing each other.
Sure about it. The reason I was in Florida was never to hook up with Orion. I was vacationing with my family. Orion was always aware of this, and I.
Has Queedy's benefited from this too, right? I'm assuming, if not for sure, right? Because everyone's coming to Queedy's defense, quite. So I mean, I think Queedy's probably gonna be fine, right? You think so?
Only planned to see Orion in Orlando because he was someone I knew who lived in the area. Another time, on December 26, 2000.
What's this? You missed a call from Onion's Constellation. Excuse me. It's supposed to be a new character in Genshin Impact. I can't wait to get my C6 Onion. Started a call that lasted 20 minutes. Damn fly. Quiddy says, "Fuck you." Oh my god, dude. Oh god. So the Wokies were out. You know it's dark at night, and you go into an alleyway and you start hearing howls. Turns into like a thriller thing. You know the Wokies are out.
2017, after a voice call and small message exchange, Orion asked me to come down south, and at the time, I straight up.
He said, "Fuck you." I like his Nixon. There's Onion C6. Come down south. Is it like a... What do you mean, come down south? Is that like a sexual innuendo, or is that, come on, I like live in a southern state or whatever, somewhere southern, come... But he's like Richard Nixon, no. Oh.
Said no. Where Orion then jumps to the reason for this being, oh yeah, your penis.
So, we know what the lowest form of dialogue is. Whenever you go into something, or you're turning the conversation towards like a childish dialogue. So this is what we call very childish. That is, so just because you're butthurt or rejected, you move on. You don't continue the conversation into like some type of childish dialogue like this.
No working. Essentially,
that's just so
the reason
childish.
I come down was specifically because of not being able to do sexual things. I'm not the one who has ever been shown to.
So it's like maybe Queedy is asexual. Maybe there's like, okay, yeah, some type of medical thing there. Like, it's like, you don't, like, a red flag for a person that goes into someone's insecurities like that. It's such a red flag. Onion. I mean, that shit's, I mean, it's obviously there in the Discord, but that's some pretty lowly life shit, you know?
be the person most concerned about doing that. My penis not working, meaning my performance issues, or
That's kind of sad that you have to like go like. You literally have to like it's like he's got the for the record, and you have to talk about this person talking about this touchy subject. It's terrible that he's got to do that. That's terrible.
thing that I'll get into shortly, but even though at the time I probably meant my response lightheartedly, as when it happened, I did see this conversation as just jibbing with a friend. When I said,
do we have a picture of Onion C6? Do we have like images of like, wow, that's Onion right there. Wow, we have a confirmed picture of Onion. This is a confirmed picture of Onion right there. Caveman, big stick. I have big stick. That's my gift for putting Constellation in there. Is this person like a what's Nebula? Oh, of course, Nebula. Of course, like I don't know. This person's not very famous. So this person's not even very famous, huh? Just check out their twit log. Excuse me. Person is a twit. Why is no two T's? Right. I need to get a new keyboard. This white wireless keyboard sucks testicles. Twit longer. All images. Wow, it wants me to sign in. What this post was made on Twit longer. Can I find this person otherwise? Does this person do YouTube? Do we know? What do you mean his face is in it? Who's just cute? Doxed him. I'd like to see a picture of Orion. Shit, of course. Is there no way to see a picture of this onion? Onion C6? Is there like no way to see this person's face? Like, I would like to see this person's face.
Don't hang out with you. It still has a pretty clear undertone on
I
how
really
I felt
would
about
like
the
to
situation.
see this
Another
person's
time
face.
on October 28th, 2017, Ryan tried calling me, and when I didn't pick up, he said this: "I know you're online. Fuck you. If you don't pick up, I'm gonna fuck you."
Hold on, what the hell is Gaybo? What is Gaybo? What is what is Gaybo? What is this shit? YouTube, you don't want to agree with me, do you? You don't want me to see the good shit, YouTube. Why you do this to me? Anyway, what bitch, I will kill you. Give me drawstrings. God, this person's got so many red flags. What is with the bitch, I will kill you? Bitch, I will kill you. Give me drawstring. What is that? What's that shit even
asked me
mean?
for a Discord rank, and I said no.
Hold on,
Orion
I will fuck your ass. What the fuck?
said they'd fuck my ass. And on the rare occasion you do see me reciprocate a sexual advance, like the Skype log where I tell him.
Okay, draw porn. What the hell? Okay.
You have to draw porn, and Orion
This is a romance of our time though too. This is really romantic. They're drawing porn for each other.
says I will. It is still a topic that Orion was the first to bring up the idea, had initiated by sending me explicit
I need more
pictures
coffee
he had
for
drawn
this shit.
himself. And well after the last time I had said anything concerning the topic, Orion would continue to mention as something he was willing to do. All this still being something only happening over the internet, where it required no actual physical
Yes, go to
contact on my
Twitter,
part,
damn it.
making my anxiety around it much more manageable. Orion claimed that we are both ex-friends and partners.
Seriously, what do you guys think about his little fluffy little sound buffer on his phone? Seriously, like what does everyone think about that? That's the original Twitlinger.
On and off relationship from sometime in 2017
I was
till
waved.
February 2018. The screenshot Orion showed of him asking
I refuse
if
to
he
be
could tell
silent
us
any
dating, where
longer.
I respond that I prefer to keep
That's
it to mutual friends,
Barista or
but I
whatever.
ultimately trust his judgment with whoever. That was said in the only period of time we have both agreed on the term dating. A period of time that lasted less than 2 days. What Orion never showed was that at the end of that conversation those lines were cherry-picked from, there was an abrupt tone shift where the conversation
Wait,
switched.
what? Okay, here's Genshin's newest character, Onion Constellation C6. Not as funny as you are cute. That's great flirting. Again, with the Richard Nixon. I mean, I gave it to him with the Richard Nixon, profile pic. It's great. So listen here, and then Onion C6. Listen here, buddy boy. You're hot. This is some good shit. This is some good shit. So this is some flirting
From something
here.
two people freshly in a new relationship might say to each other to something more like strangers making small talk.
Whoa. What happened to good mornings? Morning. We're mourning, all right. This is...
For the first time. This
How
is
are
because
you?
The night before, barely a day into us being together, I broke it off. The
God damn, that's a
relationship
long
started
thing with
because I
the
told Orion
barista,
I had a
like,
crush on him after meeting up
Jesus.
for the first time in June 2017. But I was also the one who
That's a
just
long
as quickly
defense,
broke it off.
mister.
I don't have a recording of the phone call saved, but all the reasoning I stated in the call was explicit.
Why is he, like, writing on the clipboard?
Mentioned
I
and
want to see him
discussed
writing on
in
the
text
clipboard, though.
conversation where we spoke with each other more like coworkers than good friends or partners. It confirms that I was the one who ended it because I was
Alright, not gonna lie, last night kind of hurt, but I understand. Is there, like, a pun in there somewhere? I don't want you forced into a relationship too quick. Look at the wording right there, too quick. It's like, we're gonna force this relationship whether you like it or not. Plus, I want it to be genuine. Not because you have to. Look at the wording. Too quick, have to. All this subtext to it. It's just, damn, man. There's so many red flags with Onion C6.
scared I'd made the wrong and a rash decision.
Oh,
and
he's
only
like, If we do something like that, I do. Well, I don't even know what this. That's weird. This is kind of weird. Very toxic. It looks like.
gone to Orion.
Onion was acting sexual towards them on multiple occasions. I saw that in the last. Example in the last text. Let's see, and then I don't want you to commit to something you don't want. And a cunt. But it's fine. I should have stopped you since it was so close. This is some weird, toxic shit, dude. Has anyone ever been in a relationship like this? Like, I've had to deal with some similar shit in a way to where you have someone that's so dependent and just, like, almost purposely sociopathic.
As a rebound, I was coming off the back of a
This is June 15. Not even a week before I hung out with Onion C6. People thought Dea was bad. I actually like Dea. I'm a big Dea supporter. I think who's this? Probably should listen to him. But I think we should call it quits. Neither of us is benefiting from it, and staying in it would just be wrong. Maybe we could try once again. What's with this toxic shit? This like it's over. Like,
Very
yeah,
bad
you don't.
breakup with an ex-boyfriend who started dating another friend of ours
Oh,
just a
look at
day
this, dude. I swear, look at this. Like,
or two after saying me and him should call it quits. And while that technically didn't overlap with the time we were together, it felt
maybe
like
I should
my
get
ex
one of
had
those.
cheated on me twice within 4 months at that point. And
Really?
while I'm older and mostly over it now, it hurt a lot at the time. It was just a
Severe
week after the
codependency?
breakup that
Yeah,
I
it
saw Orion and
shows,
this
dude.
whole relationship
You ain't
dialogue happening.
shitting. Not gonna lie, last night oh, that's going back to that one comment.
And then ended. Well, in this instance, it was me who admitted having feelings for and wanting to become closer in a romantic way with Orion. At no point did we ever do anything sexually intimate outside of sending flirtatious messages within that time frame and outside of it. And it was also me who called off
If it was a normal relationship, that'd be so tragic.
our friendship to that next level of intimacy because I was again the one getting cold feet from my nerves around the situation. My apprehension when it
It's like,
comes to
why was he having cold feet? Like, what was like the thing to where Onion is just not providing like the relationship, like, you know, heated in a good way, hot experience that one requires, passionate. Like, why was it not passionate?
sexual contact is not limited to Orion. Not only did I never have sex with him, I have never had sex with anyone. Even as of recording this video, I am still a virgin. It has been a long-running insecurity of mine. Due to my general focus on work, the pandemic killing the ability to pursue
He
anything
feared
in that vein for
Onion
years, as well
could
as causing
take-
me to backslide in my social ability and confidence level.
Onion's just gonna like say, that's it. You end our relationship, I end us, literally. I key you, and then I key myself. An onion with so many layers.
Did most people, a fair few of my friends have had to deal with me drunkenly venting about my nervousness around it. And it's something I have had casual
Happy for a virgin. Is there such thing as a happy virgin? Who's not? I don't know who Knox Ethan is. Nax Ethan. Knocks it, then off.
discussions with my friends about nearly a year and a half after
Okay. Okay.
Ryan claimed I had raped him. The part in those DMs where I mentioned me getting my penis sucked one time was in reference to summer 2018, right after my senior year ended. I was talking to a girl I was friends with from my school. Who had
So
thrown a
terrible I have to
graduation
bring this
party where
up.
we ended up
So terrible, man. Oh, man. Oh my god, let's see here.
making out. One of the nights after, I ended up at their place again, and I got fellatio from them. I told my friend Ethan that we didn't go any farther because I didn't have condoms on me, but what I didn't mention was that I had her stop the oral early because I couldn't feel it or get my penis entirely hard.
I mean, I don't know what people talking about, but you know, condoms doesn't work for everyone. You know.
Masturbate on my own just fine, but when it comes time to do the deed with someone else, my nerves have stopped me from being able to perform because I have incredibly bad sexual anxiety when it comes to the actual physical act. It's to the point where every time I've been in a real life sexual situation, it has caused me to be the one.
It's like there are like so many reasons someone could be like sexually like unable, like they have like sensitivity issues. There's so many things not being said that probably would just be too much information. For all I know, he could be like circumcised, and you know, there's all kinds of different things that are like, layers to the onion. That's probably too much information that that can affect sexual arousal and stuff like that. Imagine you have a problem like that, and then you got to deal with the condoms and shit like that. Like, I don't know.
Out of them before it can ever fully progress to intercourse. One person I did.
It's like find someone that takes birth control. It's terrible, dude. It's terrible. Well, actually, there's going to be birth control for men too, so it's actually two sides to that.
security to was Orion, who in late 2017 I vented to about an earlier incident where a boyfriend I had at the time was giving me a hand job and I just could not get it up all the way or I was already an insecure teenage virgin and I was stupid.
So don't forget that. So earlier he was talking about porn. Like if you watch a lot of porn, it does desensitize you. It does do that. So unless, I mean, it's just probably could be too much information. But if you know your fetish or your kink and you play with it, you can and you're a man, you can use it to your advantage. But if you've watched a lot of porn and you just have casual sex, I mean, if it's just casual sex, there's going to be issues as a male. There's going to be issues unless you have. I mean, it's probably too much information, but
Embarrassed about having these performance issues. So I essentially begged Orion not to share what I confided in him. Me and that boyfriend tried more than once and never figured it out, and my unsuccessful attempts to get it up persisted until just 3 months before the alleged rape, at which point me and my then boyfriend had broken up, so I was not doing it with anyone at all. That is a major issue I would have had to figure out very quickly in the time between those messages in February when Orion says the assault happened. Further showing he knew about this still persistent issue and insecurity of mine, you might remember a message I showed earlier where he poked fun at me for my dick not working in regards to me not wanting to meet up with Orion down south. The cold feet I get with sexual contact is something I've had another stunted interaction because of as recently as February of this year. The last day I was in Brighton in early February, I was making out with a guy who I got on with in a club named Club Revenge. But I chickened out of doing more and left the club early because I was nervous and I had a flight home in the morning. It was to the point where he even offered to come over just to keep me company because of how anxious I ended up getting in the club. This has been a continuous issue, not just getting it up, but engaging in sex in general that has made me incredibly anxious to go all the way with anybody at all. These examples might seem sparse, but there are so few because they are genuinely the only times I have ever been in a situation.
do we know if I don't know.
Close to actual sexual intimacy, with me failing to follow through every time. Part of this
I'm like, is he like a transitioner? Is like he himself like doing anything like that?
Stems from me having also been
Do we
sexually
know?
assaulted in the past, both before the time Orion alleges I assaulted them and after. Once by a coworker over twice my age when I was 17 and working an awful fast food job, and the other was in a club when I was 19 by someone who thought I was more into them than I was, but didn't bother to check before putting their hands on me. Pain is not meant to be compared, but I do know what it's like to have your agency taken from you and to feel helpless to do anything about it. Being told over and over again I did the worst version of that to somebody else when I know what it feels like from experience has been soul-crushing. In his twit longer, Orion says that when several months passed after the falling out, that he tried to come out about the alleged emotional abuse he suffered, but that he received harassment and calls to his house telling him to kill himself for it, which only worsened his mental state. This is in reference to a video I've used several clips of so far while making my arguments that was uploaded by a YouTuber named Tuskspicious and at the time of the upload went by Oceanus. If Orion was harassed and threatened for being in that video, I completely and harshly condemn those actions, and Orion should never have been put through that. If people out there did those things, they should be ashamed of themselves and know they have no safe harbor in my community. I have never and would never instigate or support this kind of behavior. That video is something I have never acknowledged publicly until now. This is because I viewed the video then and still do now as an attempt to put my reputation into question by saying anything that its creator could think of. Whether it was based on shaky evidence or even no evidence at all, it didn't matter. It was designed to get a reaction out of me. That video was called Giving Quite the Axe, and Tusk explicitly said in the video it was made with the goal of destroying my
People say he's an INTP. Really?
Often located in a bland setting and can be seen wielding an item whilst recording. It's time to give the axe to his career.
In it, Orion gave a spoken testimony about their timeline of knowing me and the apparent emotional
The 2 times
abuse
he'd
I
been
did to
sexually
them.
assaulted.
That testimony was the only thing he gave to support his claims back then, much like the current allegations. Both times, Orion said a whole lot and gave next to nothing, or literally nothing in this video's case, to substantiate any part of his claims. The video is littered with falsehoods, outright lies, and contradictions of Orion's current version of events. For example, the clip I showed at the start of the video, where when discussing the day we met up and watched Black Panther, Orion described 2 completely different.
Let's go into his codependencies. If YouTube will play ball.
with me. Orion says that we were close and would mutually confide in each other in ways that were beneficial to both of us. And while we did both confide things in each other, the idea that this was an equal dynamic...
Because, you know, a lot of people don't
heavily
understand, like, in relationships with codependency, it just doesn't really work out for the best. It's not really healthy. Like, anyone that's in a relationship with someone that's codependent, you need to set forth boundaries, or you need to end it. I've had to deal with that personally. I've had to set boundaries, and boundaries weren't respected, so it was left to be like, well, bye. Sorry, it is what it is. I gave you a chance to change. I put forth boundaries that you don't cross, and you cross them, so goodbye.
I'm going to give another spoken content warning.
Oh, what are my thoughts on this? I mean, it's terrible. It's probably good that it's out, you know, like toxic relationships like it. I mean, it's good that it gets out to a certain extent, though. Feels like an INTP. INTPs get used all the time.
Here, because this subject matter in particular is grim. Warning for...
Yeah, I think overall, you know, it's like... This is an example of what not to be in when it comes to relationships.
Graphic discussions of self-harm, discussion of many forms of abuse, suicidal ideation, and topics in that vein. This is a hard one. Me and Orion have very different accounts of what I said to him when I cut him off. Orion claims I attacked him for immutable characteristics he couldn't control, like his gender identity, and I maintain to this day that I criticized his character and behavior and told Orion I was removing him from my life because of the way he acted. We do agree
there you go,
on one
good.
thing I said, though, and it's that one of the reasons I gave to Orion for ending the friendship formally was that he was codependent towards me. I know he did this this because he mentioned it in that old video.
He proceeded to berate me.
Hold on, is this voice fake? Do we know if the voice is fake? It's trapped. Is this a fake voice? I still don't understand how you could be a trans man and still have that low of like a, you know, female voice when you're on testosterone transitioning. Unless this is a person that has not transitioned, which it seems like.
And call me all kinds of really pet names and call me disgusting and too codependent.
It kind of sounds like, you know who Keffels is? It reminds me. It sounds like Keffels.
And he complained about it on his private Twitter the day after we fell out. When someone sees you as their best friend, typically they go to you first with their problems. That's not codependency, you absolute tool. Maybe to an extent that's true. I think it's a nuanced thing, but that's just not... Me and Bung talk about having the call set up and actually starting the call in our Discord DMs on that day. But meanwhile, outside and in real life, where I lived at the time, placed me and my family squarely in the path of Hurricane Florence. I had relatives closer to the coast who had moved in with us because their house was at risk of being destroyed and it was unsafe to stay there. Even where I lived, further inland, the storm was a threat we had to prepare for in case of losing power, debris, and general infrastructure failure. It wasn't some kind of non-issue just because
What's up
we
with
weren't
PewDiePie?
The storm and the new people in my house was a change of environment for me, but manageable on its own. And this isn't my attempt at bringing up an excuse for my actions, but rather a genuine factor in my ability to participate in this call and the amount of stress I was actively managing at once during the time. I let Bung know this could be an issue the day of, and she had even apologized for putting me through all of this in the middle of a hurricane. Unfortunately, it did
Not publicly. I haven't put it in his position publicly.
Become an issue when the basement where all of the equipment I used to make videos had flooded. My stress was threefold of thinking I'd almost lost all the expensive equipment I needed to do my job, what it meant for my family as far as costs and their future plans, and just generally still being in a hurricane. This was something I also talked about with Orion after we reached a truce of sorts in that call. The flooding caused me to have to delay the meeting till later that day.
But I have dealt relationships with codependency and bipolar.
And was an ongoing situation with my family that
which is incredibly difficult to deal with.
Didn't exist in the backdrop.
Especially when I'm a very honest and open individual. and I respond to things honest and as truthful as I can be. Not good when you're interacting with someone with bipolar. Oh man.
This call with Orion, what would
It's a
without
big
doubt be
mistake.
a highly emotional and personal discussion
It's
for
a
me,
relationship
was not the
ender.
most pressing thing I had going on at the time. And even then, I still made my best effort to be in that call as level-headedly as I could manage. And ultimately, there were several things that happened during the conversation itself that eventually set me off. Earlier in the day, a friend of mine, Evan, had sent me one of the pictures of Orion and I together.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Alright. So there's Onion.
Ones that Orion leaked himself publicly during this current round of allegations. At that point in time, Evan would not have...
I don't understand. If the person hasn't transitioned and isn't an actual trans male, why do you refer to Onion as he? Even if they prefer the he, like if you have not actually transitioned, outside of a respect thing, which this person, Onion, C6, obviously doesn't deserve anyway. At this current time.
To this picture on his own, unless Orion had posted them or shared them with people I didn't know and didn't approve of seeing my face. I brought this up to Orion, having proof that at some point he had leaked my face, and he claimed to have never done that, telling a lie directly to me in a call we were meant to patch things up. And when I mentioned the evidence I had proving it, he gave no response, and unfortunately the conversation moved past it. This again makes the claim in their twit longer of never having posted my pictures anywhere incorrect as well. Maybe Orion only meant posting it to social media like Twitter or Instagram, but as the person who got doxxed, I very much count sending my face to people I don't approve of further hurt their point. At the very least, I am more certain now than ever that cutting off Orion was absolutely the right thing for my mental health and my pursuit of happiness. I was escaping an incredibly toxic relationship and dynamic that was abusive, and ever since, Orion has continued to try and harm my reputation, my mental well-being, and is at least okay with the idea of me getting hurt physically, either at my own hands, considering my past, or someone else's, considering that they doxed me in what they accused me of. When ruining my friendships failed, when going to the public the first time failed, when trying to have me back in his life again failed, I thought finally he'd moved on, but I was wrong, and he went on to accuse me of the worst thing he possibly could. Through this whole situation, he continues the pattern of trying to ruin my friendships, my livelihood, my passion, and
Sounds like a toxic ENFJ.
my reputation, among other things.
Onion.
This is just another milestone of how far Orion is willing to go. My abuser took advantage of the aggressively sympathetic and viral way the internet typically reacts to rape allegations to continue tormenting me. A lot of people have brought up the Slaza situation from back in 2019 during this whole thing, saying that it's ironic I was part of pushing those allegations and now I'm suffering my own, like it's karma coming around. And I mean, on some level, I can't really say they're wrong. I don't mean in the idea that I knew the allegations were always fake and I was trying to use them to end his career. I did not do that, and I never would knowingly. I'm not certain where the idea of me being malicious in that situation first came from, but I'd been approached by someone I trusted and had other people I trusted stuff happen. I have laid out my case here as best as I can. I talked about a lot of personal things before I was ready or never planned on sharing, but I hope this has helped to give a more holistic view of mine and Orion's relationship. Truth be told, if this video gets across how I hope it does, it would only be to get back to a spot worse than where I was at before. Being called a rapist or a sex pest is a label that's probably...
I didn't like actually what he said right there. Comes across as he hopes. It's a red flag.
Never going to fully leave my name now because of these allegations.
I mean, if everything is true, he's still a victim, but there was a little red flag for him. Because we also have to remember that it takes two to tango.
Or several people I was friends with, or at least friendly with, who distanced
It's just that the other person was incredibly abusive.
Talk to again. And I can't really blame them for that. I understand why they made those choices. At one point, I made the same choice in their position. Hearing that somebody you know, even on a surface level, might be capable of one of the worst things you can do to someone else is terrifying. I just ask that if anybody who is in that position and distanced themselves away from me because of this whole thing, and you're watching this, I would really appreciate the chance to get to talk to you about this and try and sort things out, but if not, I understand why. This has dredged up bad memories. My face was put in the public against my will, as well as a wealth of other personal details. Pretty much everything I put into maintaining my privacy and trying to be just a normal person outside of YouTube is just kind of gone. I'm going to be taking some time.
Well, that's kind of what happens. That is kind of what happens. This is my fault for not... I need to have my... where am I? There I am. It's a lot easier for me to get to your links when I'm like, okay, because I got two setups going on, so I got all this connected elsewhere.
I don't normally make videos like this. I've been staying away from the commentary genre.
Oh, he doesn't want to show his face. So tell me, mister, what else has been going on? Like, update me. Like, what's
I might start doing more mogul mail type videos on the main channel that I'll delete after a certain period of time. More on that for a future video. I just wanted to mention this in the beginning because this is a video. I really wanted to talk about Quay. So, as a lot of you don't know, the story unfolds as follows. A couple of weeks ago, there was someone named Ryan who dropped this massive twit longer, exposed...
who's taking a month off? What, Quiet? Queedy?
Now, Quite is actually a rapist, and Orion, and did a lot of horrible things, gaslighting, and dropped all sorts of
Excuse me.
and all that stuff. It got viral and went crazy. Quite's a YouTuber with almost 2 million subscribers, and obviously this was going to become huge. Orion's tweet ended up getting like almost 100,000 likes alone, let alone tens of millions of impressions. And,
Not what?
well, I can only imagine how it
Damn
was for Quite,
keyboard.
because I had one of the worst days of my life back then. Quite has been a really, really close friend of mine for a long time, and he finally responded at the time we were recording this yesterday with an hour and a half long video.
Who's
Finally
17?
going through everything,
Arguably the
exposing
biggest
everything,
YouTube
and
scandal.
silence so we could really hammer this out, and he beat the allegations.
This is the biggest shitstorm.
My man out here did what set the program.
Well, what else is going on? Like, initiate me to the other drama. The other dramas as well. We love drama here. I mean, I was raised in a dysfunctional family, so I'm all about drama. I mean, not me personally, but my life has been filled with people that are dramatic. Why can't he show his face? Get all these virtual tubers. I can't do that. I can't find myself doing that.
They revealed his face against his will. They invaded his privacy on levels that no one should ever have their privacy invaded. And as a faceless creator, I feel that so much. My privacy is so important to me. So for someone like White, who always
I'm inspired. Copyright abuse has grown rampant. Really? Fucking YouTube's out of control, isn't it?
The most brutal fashion I've ever seen in my life hurt me so much as a bystander, let alone what it did to me.
It's like right over the ears. Right over the ears.
I am not exaggerating, hundreds if not thousands of comments, messages, and DMs over Twitter, over Discord, and on my YouTube channel because I've collabed with Quite a lot. Quite is one of my best friends on the YouTube space, and when I saw this
Best buddies.
I was so heartbroken knowing that, I mean, it could be true, and this is one of my best friends. Of course, I immediately reached out to make sure he was
He's such a happy
okay,
person.
and I haven't heard his side yet, and when I didn't see anything that was going on, I got messages from
Is Quantum done anything, or?
I unfollow him over something like this. I don't want to put any of this on me. Any stress that I actually had through this.
It's something
my
else.
best friends go through a situation like this is absolutely minimal and trivial.
Who's
compared
Bent
to the
Rivera?
actual tragedy that befell this. They literally ruined White's life for nothing. His life is now altered for the worse for the rest of his life. Now, even though he beat these allegations,
Again, we have to understand that when we become content creators, that our life is subject. There is nothing private anymore. So even though I do feel, bad that Quite is probably a victim, I do not feel bad about his private life being put out there because he chose to be a YouTuber and a content creator. But I still obviously sympathize with him being a victim of this false trans dude is Onion C6. Quantum hasn't done much. That's gonna change when Breath of the Wild comes out. You know that, right?
It was 1% of what Quite actually went through over the last.
By the way, I'm going forth on record right now.
In the real world. Yes, I got Twitter.
If Quantum like does like the shit that he did with God of War to Tears of the Fallen Kingdom, he can kiss my ass. But other than that, yeah.
Canceled, but that doesn't leak to the real world.
I think Quantum single-handedly fucking fucked over God of War for Game of the Year. Single-handedly. Thank you, Quantum, for fucking that shit up, you son of a bitch. No, I don't have any problems with Quantum.
And then doxed does can actually ruin someone's life, especially because
fuck with my Tears of the Fallen Kingdom.
Part of the insecurities that they were exposing was that he was prone to self-harm and a whole lot of other stuff that was none of their business to leak. They went out of their way, knowing that he's prone to self-harm, and dropped something like this. My mind just jumps to this alternate reality where Quite actually did commit some form of self-harm over something like this. No one ever.
So is he just like take a picture of his room and that's his background?
And one of my best friends, well,
he copyright struck Dumpy and Riff. I don't know about that.
Furious about this situation.
I gotta like. It's so hard to find the energy to network with everyone on YouTube. I need to quit my day job, my shitty day job.
Close friend of mine had to go through something so horrible and so evil like this. My guy's not sure if he ever wants to even come back to doing YouTube videos, to doing content, and frankly, I don't blame him.
Of course he's gonna do more. Of course, why wouldn't he? It's his money. He's making money that way. Of course he's gonna come back to it. There's no way you're gonna go to a freaking 40-hour-a-week job, shit job. No way.
All the people that jumped on this bandwagon and wanted to get their 2 cents out about how Quite's a rapist before they heard his side of the story, honestly, fuck you. I know there is.
Well, no. Don't just say fuck you. It's a red flag to anyone that don't listen to both sides. Just straight up. But or just simply fuck you, I guess.
Concept about believing victims, and I am not against.
So these guys are bestest buddies.
But supporting victims and waiting to hear both sides of the story are not mutually exclusive, and every single one of you should be doing that, especially if the so-called alleged victim has absolutely zero receipts and it's just word of mouth and the fact that they knew him. Frankly, that's not good enough for you to jump down their throat before hearing what they
So Onion doesn't have a YouTube channel, right?
There's a difference between the internet world and the real world. In the real world, most rape allegations are true.
Because I can't find Onion anywhere on YouTube.
Like that. The obvious question,
it's like no Onion.
There's
no Onion.
That I saw floating around everyone.
There's a Pegasus, but not an Onion.
But why would he lie though? Well, on the internet things work differently. If you're talking about
no
a
Onion
YouTuber, well, the why is simple. Clout.
There's Star Wars theory, but no Onion.
These are things that every single person online, for whatever reason, maybe it's a little dopamine rush that's sparking in their 2 brain cells that are rubbing together. Oh my God.
There could be more chaos. I'm gonna be honest. Something like this, there could be more chaos.
I could make fun of a streamer and harass them because they're playing Harry Potter games.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Onion is not a content creator. Onion is a blood-sucking vampire sucking the blood of content creators.
The goblet of pussy. Or, well, for much more tragic things. Unfortunately, false rape allegations online show up so often. I don't.
You know, that's got to be something that content creators got to be careful of, their choice of partners. Like you got to be very thorough. You really do, especially if you're going to be with someone that's a nobody, that may be intentionally a nobody, getting to know somebody that's a content creator, and that they can wholly benefit off of. They can be a blood-sucking vampire.
Like that, an assumption. I'm not saying you shouldn't support victims. Maybe you should. You should comfort them. Absolutely. It's very brave.
If they're victims, yeah.
To do something like this, and it helps other people be able to share their.
Those eyes are so goddamn distracting. Holy shit, man.
To attack someone to the point that their IRL life is put in jeopardy before hearing both sides of the story. is frankly.
What'd you think about the? It's a little bit past now, but what'd you think about the whole Hogwarts, Mister?
It's not EDP, okay? Where they freaking got the guy on camera admitting that this is what he was gonna do, okay? This is word of mouth, and I'm not saying you shouldn't respect or, you know, support people that do word of mouth type things, but maybe not support them to the extent.
There's something. There's an old saying called "trust but verify." It's an old saying. Trust but verify. No matter how many times someone says, "Trust me," always tell them, "Yeah, I trust you, but I also have to verify that you are trustworthy and that you are telling the truth." And guess what you've done? Someone that is like really, really passionate about trust me, you don't trust me? Red flag. Simply say, "Yeah, I trust you, but I have to see for myself. I have to know for myself." And the moment they say, "Well, you don't trust me," delete, ban, get rid of anyone that does that. Don't ever be around, don't ever befriend anybody that says that bullshit. If you tell someone that you don't trust them and they reiterate that, well, that you trust them, but they say, "Well, but you don't trust me. You're not trusting me." Red flag that bitch. Bye. It's like, goodbye.
The lives of the person that's being accused until you hear what they have to say, especially if they say that they're working on a response. Obviously, most of the blame falls on Orion, you know, the fellow that actually published all these false allegations. But you have to realize that the major impact isn't from one person screaming.
You said that was Orion?
It's the
Onion?
hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that carry that voice to every single person with ears to hear it. Obviously, most of the blame falls on Orion. No shadow of a doubt there. But the culture needs to really get examined. All these people flip-flopping, quickly deleting their messages, making believe they never had that take. Well, you know, frankly, the fact that everyone is able to be anonymous and have whatever take they want whenever it suits them with zero repercussions is so dangerous. And to anyone watching this video that is a content creator or is having their time online, if there's a take said by someone anonymous who would have zero accountability if they are proved wrong or if they are found harassing someone or if they are evil in any way, there will be no accountability to them because of their anonymity. Honestly, their take isn't worth all the
Okay. He's got some bias there. We can admit that. He's got some bias there, especially in his wording. That is very nice. Very nice. There's a little bit of bias. Yeah, they're definitely friends.
Delete this video soon. I just really needed to say this. I needed to vent. I needed to say my 2 cents.
Which, I mean, that's good. He's a good friend. He's obviously a good friend. You want friends that actually give a shit about you. So that's good. It's actually not even a knock. That's good. You're good friends. That's what friends should do. Defend each other when it's necessary. Your friend's being truthful, like defend your friend. Your truthful friend that's being targeted. I love you, man. It's like I love you. I love you with all my heart and all my being. You beautiful, beautiful human being. Does she speak in Japan? Oh my god, she speaks Japanese. That is like, oh my god. And she's INFP, which is a compatible personality type. Oh no. Oh no, it's too much. It's too much adorableness. I can't have that. I do not agree with her politics whatsoever. Mostly. And that's not just like in terms of ideology, it's just how she is a wokey. Not that she is a wokey. That's a problem. I like liberals, I just don't want liberals to act like they're liberal. Who you vote for, that's good, that's fine. Don't tell me. Don't tell me who I should vote for. What's oh god, dude, I have not been on this computer in a while, so like most of the videos that I were watching, like on YouTube, it's been a little while. It really has. Like the Quitey Penguins is boring, I'm saying. What do you mean she gets sniffed? You mean she gets sniffed?
Hey everyone, so we have Blau. Do you want to introduce yourself and what kind of content you do?
Yeah, I'm Blau.
You mean sniffed? Let's go to the sniff.
I used to do GTA content. Now I pretend to do variety
What's the
content.
sniff?
Awesome. How long did it take you to get ready, bitch?
Well, no.
She taps me on the shoulder
it took me
too.
about, like 10 minutes.
Excuse me.
10 minutes? Are you kidding me? 10? How? How did this take 10 minutes? You look so good.
Well, I mean, obviously, like, things like the nails took longer, but I had that. Yes, of course, go for it.
Dick. Dick. He doesn't smell dick. It's dick. It's dick. It's not dick. It's you smell like a perfume. Do you know the name of the perfume you're wearing?
I think I'm wearing, like, Giorgio Armani or something.
Very classy, very classy. And did you listen to any songs while you were getting ready today?
Yes, I listened to OMG by New Jeans, so I
You do still have to admit though, like when you're a content creator or whatever, you still have to, like, you know, you're publicizing yourself, you know, like I you know, I mean, you can try to stay private as long as you can, but you don't, you know. I'm sure he's making good money on YouTube too. You know, one of the good things about intimate details is if they come out, these are issues that other people have, so it doesn't necessarily hurt him, probably benefits him. It's a little embarrassing in the short term, but it humanizes him, so in the long run it probably benefits him more than otherwise being private. I mean, the money train comes out, you know, and with the intimate details already out, like, you develop a numbness, so you become numb to it after a while too. So, I mean, he'll just be numb to it. Excuse me. All celebrities, they get numb to these things. You could say that Onion ruined his private life, yeah, or his past life, and now Quite is now beginning a new life, a new chapter in his life. So it's another chapter. It's turning of the page. That's what it is. The page is being turned into a new chapter for the man's life.
Jenna Ortega is getting real about her love life. In a new interview with Elle, the Scream actress opened up about being single, admitting that the idea of a relationship, quote, stresses her out. Quote, I hate being goo gaga over a boy. I think it's
Why?
simply a pride thing. It's a problem with a lot of female characters, that a lot of them are guy-oriented, or what they're expressing or emoting is based on a guy's position in a guy's story, the 20-year-old shared. Quote, being that vulnerable was...
She's a feminist. Well, that's a plus, mister. That's just a simple plus. That just makes you a good, decent person. Ultimate wipe guide for stars. Oh, God. Star Citizen. Oh, God. It's PTSD thinking about Star Citizen. Oh, God. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Let me give YouTube reasons to copyright strike me. Because YouTube loves copyright striking my YouTube, which I don't make any money off of. So they can copy strike me all they want. Excuse me. So many people are simping over her. Saturday Night Live is shit. I did enjoy the Woody Harrelson bit when he like knocked the COVID shutdowns. That was great though. You know, that's like something that I'm like too. Like whenever a relationship has gone downhill, I've just isolated it. I'm like, I just move on from it. I'm like, this shouldn't be something that controls my life. So it's just like, bye. The toxic, stay in the past. AI presidents make a metallic. Oh my god. These guys are benefiting all the AI stuff, which is so stupid. They're so stupid. I can't believe people are making money on YouTube doing the AI stuff, the president stuff. Some of the D&D stuff is funny, but every time I watch it, I'm like, oh great, someone's making money off of these personalities. I mean, it's entertaining, but it's kind of like, shit, these deepfakes are crazy. Well, I mean, that would be the audio fake. Combination of the two. Oh, Disney not getting it? Oh my god, that's surprising. Cody Rhodes WrestleMania. That shit's gonna be great. I can't wait. Oh, I'm so tired of the Dia hate. Damn keyboard. So you said he's just gonna like go on and just, you know, take a break pretty much and then come back. This pissed me off with Genshin and the Dia thing. Like, people expect her to be a DPS and she's a tank. And they get all pissy and they start crying to MiHoYo that she doesn't do enough DPS when she's a fucking tank. And it's like, wow, the toxicity. Fuck you, Tectone, you garbage. Oh god, I have purposely not watched Imtash and Tectone for, it has been months now since I last watched them. I see their clickbaity videos all the time. I'm like, no, I will not click your clickbaits, you pieces of garbage. Braxitphone, yeah, he's right. They're all, see, all these content creators, these Genshin content creators, they group up together and they're all part of the betas, like all the updates, the testing, everything they're all like grouped up in. It's like a money thing. It's like a Ponzi almost in a way. Or a monopoly. It's a monopoly, that's what it is. They have a monopoly over the Genshin streaming community on YouTube. So Tectone, Imtash is still even a part of it, even if he's kicked out of some of the shit. I know he likes to be a rebel. 1010's the fucking worst. Fuck 1010. He's such a piece of work. But all these guys, they just monopolize the Genshin community, and then and they come together, so they all team up like a character, like a tank that they expect to be DPS. That doesn't work the way they want it. They monopolize and they come together. This is ridiculous. I can't believe people watch this garbage. Even Gotcha Gamer to a certain extent, but not to the fullest extent. Finally decided to buff Dea. What's this?
They finally decided to buff Dehya after
Oh great. Were they gonna turn her into a DPS tank who already doesn't die?
bombardment on Genshin Impact customer service. Genshin Impact team finally get tired of it and says that they are intended to adjust Dehya.
I still thought it was going to be beneficial, though. I did play, like, I put up some videos. I'm like, if she does get buffed, I got her, so I benefit from it. So the criticisms, I mean, I did take it for what they were worth. So I'm like, there was some benefits. I mean,
Regarding Dehya's practical combat, finer pot.
We mean of his ability.
Points of ability usage, DPS capability, and many more. Based on the post, Genshin team will analyze the data and test the adjustment in the 3.7 beta test. And the beta tester will test the new adjustment there. Well, honestly, who can blame Genshin Impact? I mean, getting 10,000-ish message about how...
Dude, this is gonna be so sad for all the people that were shitting on Dea and then don't get her. I'm like, you're stupid if you don't get Dea. People are almost stupid if they don't get Dea. Dude, they all complain, they don't get her, and then you can't get her outside the standard banner, and then all of a sudden she gets buffed, and then guess what? You can't get her. You can't get her you can't get her until you get lucky on the standard banner. So it's like, so glad I got her. I already got her level 90. She's already good. I am so happy with her tank role. My team, the Resistance, they never die. She can still be used with Nahida pretty damn awesomely. I mean, there's some good shit that comes with it. She does everything great. She can be very broken. It's just that people are pissed off she's on a DPS, which is ridiculous. And she does become a DPS with Constellations, which is crazy.
So, like a sensible human being that I am, I double-checked this post and boy, now I am pissed. You see, if you take a closer look, you can see that this was actually just a big joke by some random guys on the internet. How do I know? Well, first of all, I
Oh, so it's fake.
URL of this post, and guess what I found? This quote-unquote opium word on the URL. But I still got my expectation high, so I tried to put the URL on my browser, and yeah, that was not found. Why people did this? Imagine how excited the Hell player will be when they see this post.
Well, then it was done to purposely do it. So it was just to get fans more riled up then, that's all.
And by saying it as it's just
It's a strategical
that's just totally
placement. Oh, is that misanthro? Grooming / pedophilia. Is that how recent is that? Miss Splitter comes up. What's Dunker? By the way, I can't believe Pinocchio won. Best animation of the year instead of Puss in Boots. What a sham. Oh, it's a recent one.
old "I don't want to make this video" line, but in reality I do want to make it. I've previously stated that I would not make this video unless Misanthro Pony did anything else regarding the situation, either towards me or in general. After thinking about it some more, I feel like I have a moral obligation to actually fill people in due to the amount of confusion, lies, and overall insanity that is being spread by the term Lily online. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, welcome first of all, allow me to fill you in. Around 2020 I believe, I became associated with a YouTuber who some of you may know as Misanthro Pony. I never really considered us to be friends though, something he would gladly tell you otherwise. In reality, we
They had beef. So this is cartoonish side.
We rarely ever talked about stuff, and our only interactions were occasional and extremely brief Discord DMs where he was always the one to begin, me hearting some of his comments on my videos, and brief Twitter interactions. The reason I became associated with this person to begin with is because, even before I started getting bigger on YouTube, I had watched a few of his videos before and we had some of the same opinions on the state of modern entertainment. Stuff like modern Star Wars bad or Last of Us 2 bad. However, the way we approached these things were incredibly different, and I'll get back to that. It wasn't until I started watching more of Anthro's content as we became associated that I started to see some cracks. For one, Anthro gets angry in his videos quite a lot.
Forgive the psychotic bitch who brutally killed Joel in front of you, bit off
So
your fingers,
Zayd's
and
being
pregnant
accused?
with the throat of your
Is it
pregnant girlfriend?
falsely, or-
What double standard backwards bullshit is that? I don't care if he called you the C word, just take the damn sandwiches.
And if this was a character he was playing simply for emphasis or comedy, akin to someone like AVGN, Nostalgia Critic, Molar, it would be fine, but it's not. Or at least he does an absolutely horrendous job of separating his video persona from how he interacts with others. Anthro gets pissed with people, and it wasn't until I started doing some digging that I realized just how unhinged this guy was towards other people.
Falsely,
including
huh?
people that I know and are mutuals with. If you chip Anthro's shoulder either by disagreeing with him or getting in a silly argument about Star Wars, regardless of how civil you are, he will rip you to fucking shreds. And I don't mean it's people making a big deal about someone on the internet hurting their feelings.
So this dude right here is falsely accusing Zayd Magenta. Just to make sure.
I mean, he will literally track other people's accounts down on completely different platforms to the ones he's arguing on, just to angrily insult.
Says I'm tired of it all.
Them and write massive paragraphs of him ranting
Oh,
about whatever he's annoyed
okay,
with,
he
as
wasn't
well as
accusing him,
identity
okay.
politics for some reason, which leads into our approach to making content.
So we don't
yes,
actually
we hold a lot of the same
so we don't actually know who the accuser is then.
opinions on the quality of entertainment, Anthro gets really passionately angry about identity politics and SJWs, treating every situation, even videos where he is apologizing to people, as an opportunity to start bitching about it. There's a reason why these days I tend to distance myself from the anti-SJW and culture war crowd, and it's specifically due to people like Misanthro demonstrating how pointless and exhausting these arguments are. There's also taking into account that he wasn't much better on my Discord server. Anthro would regularly fill up the movie channel with never-ending anger-fueled rants about.
So this, yeah, this is separate. It's just a blackmailer. Okay, he's just talking about something else. Just his own experiences with, okay, with Pony. Road to Redemption.
Time to give the old "I don't want to make this video" line, but with people. And it wasn't until I started doing some digging that I realized just how unhinged this guy was towards other people, including people
That's just
that
a
I know.
blackmailer. So how's this thing gonna turn out then? Foxulence. So other than that, there's not really much known. He's a grotesque sadist who's trying to receive repulsive pleasure from ruining my life for no reason. Oh my goodness. But, so, there hasn't really been a video about, he hasn't really put a video about this yet? Is that right? The shady past. What has he done? Okay, now you die. Naruto style. Oh god, it's good not to work. Like, what's the goods on this guy? On Zaid, the shadiness. If he's not a pedo, why would someone go after him? Why would someone defame this person? Saying he is a pedo. Coyote Lovely, on the other hand. I like how you said that. Nice little twist. But this guy, on the other hand, just may be. So, until further notice, we don't know what's going on with Zaid Magenta. So, pretty much to be continued. Lovely. On an indefinite hiatus. Need to go get milk. Back sometime later. Last post was 2 months ago on his community. Their reputation. So this is a group of folks who... Last video was 3 months. They went on a hiatus 2 months ago. Technically 3 months then. It looks like they actually go, well, they kind of go after predators themselves, and or they talk about Sapo. Oh. Is this them? So did they try to distance themselves then by putting forth videos like this? He flirted with her to gain intel. The degeneracy pipeline, so dramatic. You know, there's something just about, you know, dealing with psychopaths or sociopaths. There's like a sometimes such a sexual appeal for some people. You gotta be careful with that shit. They're dangerous, and dangerous is always attractive. Danger, danger, danger. ZR Kahlo? Kahlo? I don't know who that is. But look, he's still got this safe the definition of insanity. Who is the real ZR Kahlo? The last video. So whoever the guy is, he's being defended right here. In the furry community. Oh, this furry thing is becoming such a thing in YouTube, isn't it? It's like right there, degenerate, right there. Is that where your comment comes from? Kind of like a hit. The degeneracy. Because the channel uses degenerate to describe things in their videos. Like keyword hoe. Was. Fall from grace 12 days ago.
Piece my commentating on the subject matter, however controversial may be. So, while I quickly say it, let's go ahead and start the show. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your Panda back in action. Toddles yesterday, but something else? What the fuck else is there to talk about these days other than furry drama? I think it's at least 75% of the content on my channel. However, today there's a little bit of a twist because it would appear as though
Staying on the very
someone
community.
has
That's a hell of a thing to say.
Alright, this is going to be one of those fall from fair grace stories that is probably going to get some of you disappointed. However, there have been people that have gone out of their way.
It was actually sabotaging everything.
With great anticipation because they were smart enough to recognize the warning signs ahead of time that this particular individual wasn't exactly kosher, to say the least. Alright? You can even go so far as to say that their entire career here on YouTube was a complete fraud. Like, all of it was just a facade that they had conjured up to endear themselves to various people out there and garner something resembling an audience.
So is that true? Is that potentially true? That the whole time the channel was actually like a loyalist of sorts to Sappho or whatever? The furry hoe?
You might ask. Well, are you sitting down? You got yourselves a nice...
After finding out? How did people find out?
You know, maybe numb the pain, dull the pain a little bit. Maybe you got yourself a nice stack of popcorn, you know, like a tub of popcorn sitting by.
No, I don't have any
All right, I'm not
popcorn.
even gonna bother trying to raise the anticipation here. It's Coyote Lovely, and if you want the TLDR, Coyote Lovely done fucked up. However, like, you know, there's a bit of a pattern here because if you go back so many years, you can sort of see the warning signs were already there. His association with Zerkalo, a sick fuck. His associations with Glimir, another sick fuck, but for entirely different reasons. You know, and like,
This guy cusses a
remember
lot.
when,
It's
him and
hilarious.
Sappho actually reached out directly to Coyote Lovely for a bit of an interview to try to get ahead of the curve. Hopefully get a favorable outcome. However, she was too stupid to like think she should pull the wool over a seasoned YouTuber like Coyote Lovely. However, here's the problem. Coyote Lovely never stopped talking to Sappho, okay? Even like after that spat that they had where him and
That what's
Sappho
with
called the audience
zoo
in to try to
files?
go after Coyote Lovely all piss and vinegar, try to nail him to the wall with a railroad spike, like, you know.
Like, do they like what? Like
No.
prey like minor like
They stayed in
furries or
contact.
something?
And that sort of hit to a head like a couple months ago. And if it wasn't for like a couple of people that were closest to like Coyote Lovely, we would never have found out about this. Cass Warfox would have never done his live stream on Saturday. Like, you know, Lionel, he would have never suspected any of this. Like, it really comes down to two prominent individuals out there that are Kiwi farmers, but they are unabashed. They like display their name for all to see, for World Wide Web. Pizza and Cedric, or Seti, if you prefer. And both appeared on a live stream that Cass Warfox had, you know, shown just on Saturday. It was late Saturday going into Sunday, I believe, but my recollection is a little bit fuzzy because I was just gaze-mazed at the fact that somebody that I respected enough to call a friend would stoop so low, behave like a complete jackass on live stream for all to see. And in spite of the fact that like all of this accumulation of dastardly schemes had just, you know, was being displayed openly, they had half-ass responses. They were not prepared for this interview, as it were, and they couldn't even answer for their actions.
So are they the ones that found
let
out
alone
that?
their associations with some very dastardly
Are they ones that
themselves.
did they investigate him?
Neither here nor there. Why are we talking about this here today? I'm just going to go ahead and tell you all that as far as the narrative is concerned, like what Coyote Lovely tried to offer for anybody that happened to ask. Coyote Lovely, he went undercover, you know? He was like, you know, an undercover cop. He was going to go deep into enemy territory, try to fraternize with the enemy to get the straight...
That's a scary thing for people to do. They confronted him. How do you go into like a dark pit? Just a dark pit. You know, when you go to investigate someone and you interact with whoever you're investigating and you actually join their life, their universe as it would be. How do you separate yourself from actually becoming a part of that and it becoming a reality of your life too, and you just join it? It's like acting. It's like playing the Joker or something like that. It's some crazy character, but after it's all done, going back to who you were. How do you do that as an investigator?
Dope. Get some information on them and be able to like.
But never did.
Any information that could possibly get them incriminated or like prosecuted in a court of law, maybe even arrested. And he was going to undertake this very delicate operation by his own, like, you know, standing.
Do we know if Coyote, if they're like actual, like officially investigators, like they can actually like either like citizen arrest people, like a bounty hunter? Like, could Coyote arrest someone, like do a citizen arrest?
His own accord. He was just going to go full steam ahead. Like associate and rub shoulders with some very questionable people out there. Chief of which was Hypnus Sappho, alright? And Hypnus Sappho and he got really intimate.
Hey, why do that to James Bond? Come on. lay off 007, will ya? It's like, hey, baby.
No, James.
Yes, you are going to have sex with me.
No, James, I don't want to.
They never said no.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Well, I mean,
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. See that? 50 no's and a yes means yes.
oh, you had to get laid.
There are even recordings out there of them having light hypnosis sessions. Artwork would begin to surface. And this isn't like artwork where, like, Hypnotist Sappho was going after Kay Lovely. Doing that spat where Hypnotist Sappho was trying to get him deplatformed. This was more recent, okay? This is stuff that people out
He's
there...
worked with investigators, so he's getting the information. He's,
but
okay.
it was a very spicy stuff.
Like on the ground, getting evidence.
It would appear that Kay Lovely was getting way more comfortable with the enemy than he should have. It's not like...
How do you, like, separate, like, fantasy, like, with that? Like, these things can turn sexual so damn quickly. Going down the rabbit hole.
Sappho tried to reach out to me. I shut that shit down. I'm just like, no, gonna hold you at arm's length. You can answer for whatever comes about. I am not going to engage with you because I sort of accepted that day. There is nothing for me to gain from having an extensive conversation with Hypnotist Sappho. I'm not magically going to convince her of the error of her ways. She's probably smart enough not to reveal any incriminating information about herself to me. And, at the end of the day, it's just going to make me look bad for even bothering to engage. Kay Lovely, he didn't get the memo, okay? I can sort of overlook the initial conversations we had where Hypnotist Sappho reached out to him directly, wanted a little bit of an interview. I can just overlook that because that was completely in good faith. Everything past that, not so much. In spite of whatever information came about from it, okay? Now, here's the thing. Having, Kay Lovely's back in this very delicate gay op, as the cool kids like to call it these days, he had a little bit of support, right? He had Alex, which,
Kyle failed us.
Crazy enough, in spite of the fact that, they came off... and just said, oh, all zoophiles and pedophiles deserve to be thrown into the wood chipper. Alex really did a 180, and they were, completely sympathetic towards Hypnotist Sappho and her cause just after a couple of conversations with Hypnotist Sappho. So they pretty much went full-on native. But on top of that, there were two others. Remember I mentioned Pizza and Cedric, or Cedric, if you prefer. These were the three individuals that were supposed to have Kay Lovely's back if anything ever went wrong. Problem is, Kay Lovely didn't really share a whole lot of information as to his extracurricular activities with Hypnotist Sappho, let alone the Telegram chat group that he was openly associating with zoophiles out there. Now, you might remember in a prior video that there's a little bit of a distinction. I mentioned this in the Kira the Wolfrey Grin. That zoophiles do not like zoosadists.
I really do gotta admit, though. Kinks are dangerous.
For that distinction, because zoophiles consider the love of animals to be sacred and that animals should be loved and cherished and cared for, whereas zoosadists will openly torture an animal to get their rocks off.
Oh God, no.
Kay Lovely was throwing identities of zoosadists at the zoophiles for them to get raked over the coals by the zoophile community. Again, you already know my opinion about zoophiles. It's like saying cat shit's arguably better than dog shit. At the end of the day, it's still fucking shit, right? The fact that you're associating these people and engaging with them in any meaningful way looks very bad. It looks even worse when you're engaging with Hypnotist Sappho, who is, on record, advocated for zoophile rights and has indoctrinated a whole generation of minors out there on Twitter and various other realms of social media, convincing them that they were zoophiles themselves. So, like, you know, and there are already some victims out there of various people that got really close to Hypnotist Sappho. And she just had to play with their egg salad, expose various traumas that they might have had
Jesus.
at that point, or, you know, expose them to new ones.
Definitely don't want to
like,
click
in
on
the
those on
association
YouTube.
that they had together. So you can't really
My
even say
goodness.
like how much damage has already been incurred. You can already look at it on social media. In fact, you have all these trainers that will defend to death Hypnotist Sappho's good name. But on top of that, people that ran away and realized how fucked up the situation was, try to distance themselves as far away the fuck away from Hypnotist Sappho as they possibly could. Okay, so here's the thing. Pizza exercised due diligence. He noticed that Coyote Lovely was doing some weird shit. Alex was already blowing the quote-unquote op on kiwi farms, all right? They were talking about it openly. By this point, the kiwi farmers themselves were beginning to realize that something was going on. And Pizza and Cedric...
They actually abuse animals?
Why do I mention all this to you? This is the narrative. Because when questioned, Coyote Lovely basically said, yeah, you know, I would have, like, been able to, like, you know, conduct this op. It quite possibly would have been successful, if not for the actions of Pizza and Cedric. Now, here's the thing. So Coyote Lovely blew it up, right? If that's the story that we're going to go with. I say that if that's the story we're going to go with, because there are various little factoids out there that kind of poke holes in this little narrative. Okay, so Pizza and Cedric, what the fuck were you guys doing? Why'd you have to blow the op, man? Like, Alex, why'd you have to blow the op? Well, here's the thing. Nobody was aware that this op was even going on. Alright? Lion though. Like from
Classic
Thundercats,
animated series,
that's
by the
what
way.
I see as Lio Convoy. He's the head of the
For
Senate.
content.
If you're not entirely sure what the Senate
What
is,
does he
Senate
do?
is basically a community out there that is dedicated towards hunting zoophiles and pedophiles. All right, that is what they do. That is their modus operandi. First and foremost, they will try to nail zoophiles, pedophiles.
Does he just do like stuff like this?
Or a predator to the wall with a 10-inch railroad spike. So Lio Convoy, he knows what he's doing. He knows, like, you know, basic procedure. He knows what's up. He has to know the same thing about everybody in his community, right? Coyote Lovely didn't even tell him. Coyote Lovely only told only a few people were aware of his, like, activities engaging with Hypnotist Sappho and things like that. And Coyote Lovely would constantly say that he was doing this when he was actually doing that. He would promise to, like, drop intimate details about whatever he discovered. Shit that was really publicly already known by most people that like even had a cursory glance view of who Hypnotist Sappho was and what she was all about. So it really brings into question what value he expected to walk away with in getting deep, intimate, and flirty with Hypnotist Sappho directly. And as far as plausible deniability goes, he says that, well, this is the same girl that was going to, like, you know, threaten to firebomb my house, so, you know, the pretense of me falling in love with her is completely whack. But see, it looks worse and worse and worse because Cass Warfox and friends, all they had to do to bring to the table was various audio logs of them getting very lovey-dovey with each other. And the fact that even, like, Hypnotist Sappho found the whole thing's hilarious when the op was blown completely. That, like, Coyote Lovely was just digging himself into a deep hole.
Yeah, gives her more publicity.
So I mentioned
more attention.
All this to sort of cut through some of the bullshit because it's a long,
I'm sure she encourages it then.
I do apologize. I do not have all the answers because there is just too much to sift through. There's just too much fucking shit to sift through. Okay? So we're just going to go on a merry way and talk about the live stream itself. Now, here's the interesting thing. This live stream was scheduled a week in advance. It was basically mentioned that by Cass Warfox, hey, buddy, we need to have a conversation, okay? I'm giving you a week to prepare as a common courtesy. You know, this is a courtesy, like, notification that in about a week's time, you and I are going to have a talk publicly about your bad actions up to this point. Because I have people crawling up my ass, giving me harassment and hate because I'm daring even suspecting you of having done something dirty, okay? And, you know, this is something that Coyote Lovely agreed to, okay? However, the night before this live stream is to take place, you know, it's believable. I'm not going to give, like, Coyote Lovely any more shit than he's already got going on for Kyle Lovely says, well,
It's
hey,
pretty
bud,
damn
if you get a
tragic,
chance
don't
to,
you think?
You know,
Yeah.
reschedule, here is an archive log of information to answer for some of my actions up to this point, but...
Shit, missed it. Events in his personal life. Damn, 3 months? Still waiting on that.
Here is an archive log of information to answer.
Wait, so does it show the date? February 25th. Oh, okay. That was the 25th. Okay. No, so not 3 months. Okay. Okay. Couple weeks.
Actions at this point, but is there any possible way that we can reschedule this or anything like that? And Cass Warfox is just kind of like, no, bud. We got people that are like joining the live stream that got lives outside the internet. Okay, they can't afford to be terminally online like you. So if you want to reschedule, no, the stream's going to continue with or without you. So here's the thing. Kay Lovely says, you know, my brother. And
So it's starting to get hot.
We're gonna be having dinner. Now the day of the live stream. This will be February 25th, 2023, just a couple days ago. It can't help but be observed that, like, Kay Lovely, when he's supposed to be gearing up for this live stream, he's supposed to have all of his ducks in a row. Any information they could possibly provide that would clear his name and basically exonerate him in the eyes of the masses.
Months even.
He's playing League of Legends of all things with members of the Senate. Yeah, not a good look, right? Really not a good look. And he goes to dinner, disappears for a while. He leaves the same call that he was supposed to be like preparing for this live stream. It doesn't look good, okay? So the live stream begins, and Cass Warfox is really just going over some remedial information, and he's talking to various people. Pizza and SETI are nice enough to give their testimonials about everything that transpired up to that point. Their association with Alex and Very Lovely, and the things that sort of like unfolded from then to now. You know, pretty basic stuff, right? And Cass Warfox is getting just a little bit more pissed off that Kay Lovely basically lied to him. He lied to a lot of people, all right, about his actions and the true nature of his actions up to that point. And just sharing like little factoid screenshots that do not make Kay Lovely look good in the slightest, right? Eventually, midway through the live stream, Kay Lovely actually shows up, and he's like disheveled. He doesn't seem very prepared for this at all. And like that would be understandable if he had no idea that this live stream was ever going to take place. But considering they had a week in advance, you would imagine that Kay Lovely would be just a little bit more prepared, considering everything that we know about Kay Lovely today. His behavior, his demeanor, how he actually scripts
Blood hundreds, huh?
his fucking videos. He came off as a complete prick. Like,
But that's it so far?
Match with one of the victims that he had sworn fealty to, as far as like ensuring that they were taken care of, that a police report was filed, that any like hope for justice could possibly like be delivered to the victim, because there were two victims. Okay, one Fursky. Now Fursky, to my knowledge, didn't have direct association with him and Sappho. However, they were the victim of another predator out there, a guy, from what I remember. The other was, okay, and whichever you prefer. She was a direct victim of Hypnus Sappho, and somebody that Kay Lovely claimed that he was looking out for the best interests of. However, as far as there being any legitimacy to that claim,
Oh yeah, he should. Yeah, he should something.
On Twitter would just blow the lid on that too, and just say that she felt completely betrayed, that she was completely just thrown under the bus by Kay Lovely, that was flippant with her information and the promise that he had made to her. And Fursky rightfully yelled at Kay Lovely for basically acting so irresponsibly and with callous disregard for the well-being of two victims that he had made promises towards, trying to treat their cases with due care. you know, and actually trying to seek justice for them for various past wrongdoings by the perpetrators, one of which being him and Sappho. Meanwhile, you know, as I already told you, Kyle Lovely was getting in deep and getting really intimate and frisky with fucking him and Sappho and shit. Him and Sappho would even brag about how, like, Kyle Lovely was just a little boy that wanted Monica, as in her. And it just, it came off as a bad fucking joke. And, you know, I used to, like, compare Kyle Lovely to Mr. Medicare. He was, like, the furry equivalent of Mr. Medicare. Well...
Now, hold on. Is Sappho's like a transgender or something? Or what? What's going on here? He mocked grooming victims?
That perception fucking shattered to a million pieces because I know for a goddamn fact that Jim wouldn't put up with any of this shit. Alright? So... and that's what the live streamers did. Everybody in the room. They were, like, mocking Kyle Lovely for being this wannabe Mr. Medicare.
Furry and
Kind of
artist.
unfair. I know that I would make a comparison too in the past, but the only people that can be Mr. Medicare is Mr. Medicare himself. The only person that can be Kay Lovely is Kay Lovely himself. Maybe that's not a fair comparison for me or anybody else to make, but considering Kay Lovely's edgy demeanor and how he would engage with other people and so smug and defiant, I'm beginning to think that Hypnotist Sappho was completely right about her assessment of Kay Lovely. You know, after all, she is a hypnotist. She got those egg salad and got a sense of who he was and what he was all about. So maybe I should give Hypnotist Sappho just a little bit more credit than I gave her the first time when I defended his sorry ass. And before I continue, and again, this is like a visceral reaction to everything that unfolded. Kyle Lovely is like the closest thing I would consider a friend of all the YouTubers that contacted me, him and Danner Wolf, okay? Danner Wolf I always saw as the underdog that was just trying his best with what he had. Did some stupid fucking shit, said some stupid fucking shit, got raked over the coals for it, fine, whatever, he moved on. But
we all say
here's the
stupid
thing.
shit.
Danner Wolf, the difference between Danner Wolf and Kyle Lovely is that Danner Wolf, he can rebuild, okay? He can definitely grow from the experiences that he had gone through. Like at the hands of the Senate, Kyle Lovely, and various other people that mocked him openly. I cannot say the same for Kyle Lovely because at Kyle Lovely's age, you'd think that he would know him, right?
I don't even know how old he is.
At least. And he's been exposed
Oh,
to
he's in
various
30s?
elements and, like, you know, presumably
Around the same
fulfilled
age.
life up to this point if he's going to try to become a YouTuber. Like, that requires an extension of your personality into the virtual space or cyberspace, whatever the fuck you want to say. That requires a modicum of critical thought.
Disappointing, but deserving.
To try to expose
Potentially.
pedophiles and pedophiles. I can't say that Kyle Lovely acted in due diligence and due care in like anything that he did. And the assessment that I'm beginning to come to is really shared by many others out there. That Kyle Lovely, he openly associated questionable people. People like Sir Kahlo, Lumiere, and like Hypnotist Sappho more recently. He would be in a close association with them until it was no longer convenient for them to be in close association with him. Because as you all remember, Kyle Lovely exposed Sir Kahlo. He disavowed Lumiere. I don't recall if there was ever a video made about Lumiere, but I do know for a fact that Sir Kahlo, like Kyle Lovely acted like he was betrayed. It's like, I lived with you. I saved you from a burning building, and this is how you repay me, you sick fuck? So, but it came off like anytime that Sir Kahlo was on like a live stream, because I remember, it was Kyle Lovely, Lionel, and Sir Kahlo, as well as a couple other people in the live chat over Discord, and they were having a live stream, and they were questioning Sir Kahlo and her actions, or his actions, whatever the fuck gender pronouns that they, you know, espouse themselves to be these days. I don't know for a fact. I know that they're transgender. They sound like a 12-year-old boy, though. But, like, it came off as more like a lover's quarrel and a lover's spat than, you know, Kyle Lovely dealing with somebody that he's observed, like, you know, from a position of objectivity, okay? Being impartial, looking at everything that he was aware of the other person's guilt and the alleged wrongdoings that they had engaged in. It didn't come off like that. It came more off like a lover's quarrel and a lover's spat. In fact, a more recent video that he had put out there about Hypnotist Sappho, he definitely put on the kid gloves to sort of like treat her case with a little bit
Really?
more tenderness, as it were. He didn't exactly rake her over the coals like he did with all of his other targets, which makes me wonder, like, how much of this is an act, and how genuine or disingenuous is Coyote Lovely, truly? Because, like, it seems like he's doing all this for clout. Maybe that's why he didn't give a fuck about the 2 victims that he promised that he was going to go out of his way to try to take care of. It's a fact that Cass Warfox put into question because, you gotta remember, Coyote Lovely claims that he filed a police report. That is what the Senate does. They try to furnish as much documentation as they possibly can to the police to try to ensure that there's a chance that an arrest warrant can be made and an arrest can happen so that predators can go to jail, okay? Make no mistake, the things that Hypno Sappho is guilty of would definitely earn her a spot in jail. Alright? That's why she's been on the run. She knows what she's doing is dirty. And that, in spite of all the fucking pseudo-intellectual bullshit that she tries to espouse, she's not going to be able to wiggle her way out from the law. That's why she's constantly on the run. She has to be very careful about, like, whatever alternative, like, alt account that she puts up there online and what her location happens to be. See, Pizza, he was getting more and more suspicious of Coyote Lovely because the claim was there was an arrest warrant out for Hypno Sappho, but none such existed. He looked up
That's something kind of interesting about her being on the run like that.
Hypno Sappho was known to reside in. There were no fucking arrest warrants out for her arrest. There were no fucking police reports that she could be tied to her name, live or dead. It didn't matter because, like, there was no evidence. And when questioned, Coyote Lovely could not even begin to, like, you know, offer something, like, you know, to appease the masses. He couldn't offer what he had actually discussed over the phone, presumably with law enforcement, whether or not he actually filed a police report to begin with. There was no evidence to support anything. And you know what's even worse than that? Apart from the archive that he tried to offer to Cass Warfox to, like, you know, bring up the air of plausible deniability, he nuked his chat with Hypno Sappho. And when questioned as to why he did that instead of exporting the chat, because it would take a couple of seconds to do so. Remember all the chat leaks that happened with Kira the Wolf and how a lot of them were in HTML format? That is very simple to do. You can do that with just about anybody if they say anything incriminating or questionable, or you have, like, you know, suspicions of them being a dirty motherfucker that engaged in illegal activity. You can export that shit, maybe, like, take some choice screen caps if it's getting a little bit too long and voluminous for you to go through, and you can forward that shit to the police. But, you know, Coyote Lovely didn't do that. And when questioned as to why he didn't export the chat for all to see, his best excuse was, well, you know, the gay ops that I was conducting, you know, I found out I was compromised, so I just had to pull a plug, you know what I mean? But according to whatever information that Coyote Lovely furnished to Cass Warfox, whatever information he tried to offer, there's a timeline of events, and it would appear as though that was not a spontaneous decision. Like, you know, Coyote Lovely didn't just magically get kicked in the head and decide, shut it down, shut it down. No. He had at least 33 minutes, maybe even more time to just think about his actions, what he should do in the moment. All right, he had at least 33 minutes. Now, that may not sound like a whole lot of time to you, but that's plenty of time to just reflect upon, like, what's going on right in front of your face, and whether or not there is the need to do that, because, like, 33 minutes, that's a decent amount of time. You can at least think to yourself, should I export this, or should I not? That tells me that there must have been some information inside of that chat logs that would have incriminated Coyote Lovely, and sort of, like, would have put into question his image here as a pedo hunter or zoo hunter, okay? And as well as, like, that information goes, the other thing that, like, Coyote Lovely mentions is that, well, I didn't want to give Coyote Lovely any more ammunition than she already had to, like, incriminating me and making me look bad. So it's like, okay, whether or not she gets that, you can just as easily say, I was flirting with her to try to get some information because I was conducting a gay op. The gay op got compromised because Alex, Pizza, and Cedric couldn't keep their fucking mouths shut, and now it's over. Not good enough. Not good enough. Alright? There's no evidence to support the fact that Coyote Lovely had actually even bothered filling out a police report. Okay? Like, he couldn't provide one, and none exist in public records in any of the states that Hypno Sappho is known to be or has previously lived in. Alright? And, like, apart from that, he seemed just to go native, and it couldn't help but be observed that Coyote Lovely, he was just, like, you know, behaving fast and furious. Like, only acting out of like the illusion of appearing that he's doing something to try to solve a problem. And whatever information he possibly could have gotten was already publicly known by the Kiwi farmers and anybody else that had half a brain cell to sort of look at the whole mess, the big picture as it were, and to reflect upon it as to, like, you know, whether or not this was something to pursue. So, like, a lot of his excuses don't come off as, like, very, like, you know, honest, to say the least. Then again, you know, honesty and Kylie Lovely, I guess, don't really mix, right? And you really think you know it, right? Because I remember the first time I ever even discovered, like, Kylie Lovely's identity, like, his presence here on YouTube. It was the video that basically featured the interview that he had with him and Sappho, right? On the tail end of Hitting His Sappho, making her coming out video where she told the World Wide Web that she was a zoophile and that she was proud and that zoophiles deserve more rights than, like, you know,
Well, honestly,
take credit for because they're being treated just the same way as the LGBTQ community.
I mean, he went down the rabbit hole
and blah,
and
blah,
fell into
blah.
it. Probably
I remember that
tells,
video
if
very
it's
well.
true,
And
probably
I
tells a
sort of-
lot about his
he
personality.
actually
So maybe he wasn't exactly the person everyone thought that he was. Or maybe he's still investigating and still going undercover. You know, when you have stuff like this going out, it's actually an opportunity to go further down the rabbit hole, actually. Like, if it was me and I was investigating someone and stuff like this leaked out, it would probably be for different reasons, but honestly, I would use this to my advantage to get closer to her. Because then you could actually, as an investigator, you could actually manufacture something deeper with the with the Sappho, and just get near infinite amounts of details, evidence, whatever is necessary. But if this is like true, and it's not like something like that, yeah, it's the fall from grace. The worst. Yeah, so I mean, it's what would be the word? It's a it's just a reason not to trust Mr. Coyote. You know, you lose trust when you do this kind of nonsense. Honestly.
Flattering as hell, you know? Here's a big name YouTuber.
Honestly, I would hope that he would be still investigating, and this is just a part of the process. And the reason for not really saying anything is just to continue that process. Otherwise, very dishonest.
That found my content to be funny enough that you can just drop on by, watch it, and say it was a good video. Hey, I guess that filled my chest with a little bit of pride, and I got to talking to him one day on Discord. It was first Telegram, then it went over to Discord, and we had some, like, you know, chats, and, like, there was anything that was, like, really secretive about it, okay? We never talked about, like, you know, whatever we did on YouTube. It, like, if we did, it was always more of, like, an ode of remembrance, where it was just sort of like, oh, man, that Kirill...
You know what? Yeah, he chose the degenerate route. Presumably, yes. You know, maybe I should be, like, joining Discords more often. I don't know. Oh, the shit that I could find. Oh, God. My private life would be over.
The wolf drama, right? That was bad, wasn't it? Or, oh, man, I hit this Sappho's pulling some real bullshit now, ain't she? Everything else was more personal, as in things that I found important at the time. Still do. I would share a lot of personal details about myself, maybe not personally identifying, but personal details of myself, what I found important or enjoyable at the time. We even played some Left 4 Dead 2 together. And to think that there was so many possibilities that we could have done collaborations together, we could have really fought the good fight against zoophiles and pedophiles alike, and really just stuck it out and grew together as YouTubers here on YouTube. All that cast off to the wind. Granted,
Presumably.
that I had
Presumably.
in my mind by my own perception never existed. Because Coyote Lovely, as far as I'm concerned, was exposed for being the charlatan that he was on the Casper Fox live stream. And you gotta understand something. There are repercussions to actions, right? See, Dia is like Coyote Lovely's boyfriend, okay? And Dia and various other members of the Senate were wantonly going after Cass Warfox for months.
I've heard of kiwi farms from Keckles and stuff.
For even suspecting that Coyote Lovely
For
did
racism.
And Cass Warfox was just getting more and more pissed off. It's just like, why the fuck are you going after me?
Do we know Coyote's political views at all?
Telling you guys what's going on. It should be fucking obvious to you all, plain as day, and yet you're going after me for exposing the whole thing. Because you think that Coyote Lovely, it doesn't have the propensity to do this. You fuck should be exchanging yourselves. And, you know, I can't disagree with you. I by everything that I watched in that live stream, something that was actually recommended to me.
This is a live stream, huh?
It's like, what the fuck is going on here? I was loosely aware that Coyote Lovely was making an ass of himself on Twitter, getting into these like arbitrary arguments with various people out there about his wrongdoings and his bad actions in bad faith up to this point. But I could never in a million years have suspected that would have been this bad. Fucking A. Like I said before, it just comes off as a bad fucking joke. Somebody that you look to as a hero lives long enough to become the villain. Anyway,
Is
the
unknown.
repercussions of his actions are that 2 victims are SOL. First, he's more or less in good hands, but as far I can't say the same for okay. She would try to wash her hands of the whole thing. Said, "Hey, I'm not trying to be YouTuber bait here, but this is my testimony. I'm going to go ahead and read that at some point." But goddamn. So this was posted on Twitter by shortly after the Cass Warfox live stream. I'm just going to go ahead and read it. This is my response to the Coyote Lovely drama at the Cass Warfox live stream. For those who don't know me, my name is both on Twitter and further. I was a victim of Hypnotist Sappho, the very same victim that has now been thrown under the bus by someone who she trusted on repeat with information about her life, fears, and the whole circumstance that brought her and Sappho into the same space. For those who need context, I was previously a psychology major before all this happened. I became aware of Hypnotist Sappho's crimes against minors and animals after my roommate exposed me to the whole drama surrounding her. She was the center of attention by the community and her community on YouTube when I got invested in the story. I got absorbed by everything and decided against better judgment to attempt to case study the person that would go on to be my abuser. I saw the idea of picking her brain as a good boost for my career. My place.
How could a psychologist do that? That's weird. I don't know.
In the fandom, and honestly, financial gain. I was foolish in this regard and have regretted this decision every single
You played into it. That's what she did. She played into it. She had a fantasy of it.
day. My interview one-on-one with her went as expected. I went in believing I was the smartest person in the room, metaphorically, since it was a phone interview. I was figured out within an hour, and she began to poke and prod my life. She began to play.
I would love to have a conversation with Sappho. I would love to do that all right for everyone to see that. I'd be like, bitch, you think your mind is dark.
Past traumas in my life and my uncertainty with the future. Eventually, I cut ties which lit the powder keg. Stalking from her followers, phone calls non-stop. My place of employment desecrated and harassed for months on end, to the point that even to this day, we don't have a working phone system. Working at a place that takes care of animals was made incredibly more difficult due to just who was attacking and the community behind her. I stayed at work for
It's like I would so love to study her. I would very much love to, for everyone to see. Put her on display. What to look for. This is what to look for in a person that not only has a dark, twisted sense of mind, but also uses those dark thoughts to actually, you know, affect the extroverted world in horrific ways.
For the safety of the animals I worked with. I had to spend months convincing my coworkers that I was indeed not a zoophile or an animal abuser of any kind. Luckily, my boss and a few employees took my side on the issue, but for many, it took months of trying to clear my name to the rest, making the environment that much harder to work with. I began having nightmares. I binged on food to push down my feelings and fears. I became obsessively paranoid to the point of near agoraphobia. I lived at work and home, and the rest of the world became a terrifying place where her minions were everywhere, all the time, both in my head and in person. From my car getting vandalized to notes being left at my job and home, and so many more antics to remind me that her reach was far with the people who were loyal to her. I began taking extensive medication for PTSD, dealt with spikes from the MS, multiple sclerosis, flare-ups due to the stress, began having seizures related to stress since it happened.
She's not relatively known, is she?
From any of these things. Sappho became the voice in my head, and from that point forward, it has never gone away. Scars that will lay with me forever. I began discussing to a detective what was happening in the district near where I'm located, and I was kept in the dark. I kept being told that I just need to let things play out. Coyote ran with this while assisting me, but unbeknownst to me, impressed with Warren when I myself...
Yeah, but she's all over
being
YouTube.
worked on, but in reality, the precinct decided to drop the case altogether, mostly because of how and why Coyote was doing this. Coyote kept me in the dark. The detective kept me in the dark. And in doing so, I believed I would see justice by the end of this. I couldn't have been more wrong. A few weeks ago, Coyote called me to tell me how he fucked everything up, and I was going to hear things about him that weren't true. I trusted him, so of course I said, I trust you're doing what you can and are here for me. He left out crucial details, and I was reached out to by a personal friend to check out Kiwi Farms. Needless to say,
Fucking
my
cat
world
fools.
shattered at this moment as I realized what the silence was filled with. Flirting with my abuser, sabotaging the case I was making.
That's
and was
funny.
clearly hiding the
Ketful's
details of his interactions with
kind of comes up.
I called the detective involved immediately, reported the Kiwi Farms accusation.
What do you know about Keffels, mister?
Directed at Yodi and was informed that everything had been dropped way prior to this incident due to just how much information couldn't be verified, and my main source from his side, being Coyote, practically couldn't be trusted due to his antics both past and present. Nothing was done.
I wouldn't be
because of
surprised if they
Coyote.
would be best
All
friends, honestly.
Washing all the evidence through multiple fucking places. Everything I told him, gave him, and he followed up on was ultimately assessed as non-credible information due to his approach of vigilante justice. I woke up this morning to a shitstorm. A friend of mine that helps many victims like myself.
We are
sent
in
me a message
agreement
on a
about
tweet by
Keffels.
Cass Warfox that Sappho was essentially going to find the victim responsible. Horrifying. I watched the archived stream this morning by Cass Warfox that went on all
Fucking
last night while I was
Keffels.
asleep. I was appalled at how another victim on stream was treated by Coyote, and disgusted by the lack of information.
You don't think so?
This could not be more of a failure of all parts all around on his half.
But I bet they would get along so well.
In a sense, I went to him because I seriously felt like he knew most about what I was dealing with. I'm still in the debate.
Probably like best friends.
I'm genuinely holding my name in there at all.
Wouldn't it be funny if Keffels was actually Sappho? Wouldn't that be funny?
I don't think I can handle this a second time. I I will be posting
Of course, I
this
think
to the
Keffels
servers
went
after
through a
this,
surgery,
but
so
I
I guess
beg
that probably
you
wouldn't be
guys that
true.
it not
But
be
oh
shared
well.
publicly. I wanted to reach out to Cast War Fox about this all, but I don't trust any public furries right now, given that I had already trusted one person and it is ruined me. I have been a part of the furry fandom since I was 13 years old. I am now 30 years old, and it pains me to say that I don't trust my community anymore after this. I'm debating a full exit after this whole situation. I shouldn't have had to abandon my community, which has been home to me at my lowest and supported my creative endeavors since I began this journey. Part of me learning about my own gender dysmorphia and becoming the woman I was always meant to be was because of my friends and family I made. I'm not really sure what else to say besides that I'm incredibly disgusted by this whole situation. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who supported my stories, my transition, and my contribution of pure love to this community. I have but two things left to leave you
Talk
all
about
with
clickbait.
before I make my exit permanently from the furry community. Thank
This
you
channel is for
everything
documentation
you all have done.
purposes.
Everything I am has and always will I contribute to all of your endeavors.
Wither
Your
Circle?
love
Who's
and
Wither
warmth
Circle?
has been a place of comfort and support for the majority of my life. I have made lifelong friends that will be supported by me for a lifetime. You are all beautiful,
Growing,
creative, and
glowing
inspirational,
brightly?
inspired, as I always say. This second part is directed at both Fursky Doodle, who was treated absolutely poorly by Coyote on stream, and the rest of the victims affected by Coyote and people like him. You are beautiful people. You are not broken and pure warriors for what you carry.
Grab your shotguns, people.
We wear our scars every single day, try to make the world better for those who find themselves hurt by these shadows in the world like Sapphire. No matter how well known your abuser is, no matter how much you went through, and no matter whether justice is served or not, never stop fighting. I know I say that, and there are days that I just want to give up, to scream.
It was.
And to plead
This was
with a duel
December 13th,
to turn the clock back to
2022.
never
There
putting
weren't any
himself
other
in that
updates.
conversation with Valley. You all deserve peace and hope. I wish I could give it to you. I wish I could find it for myself. Even if we never find it, endure and continue to be the light of hope for others, even when you can't find it for yourself. I'm proud to stand by each and every one of you. Even if it's no longer in the furry space, I will be there. I love you all. And that's all she wrote. Maybe now you'll understand my contempt for Kyrie Lovely right now. Talk about, like, you know, misusing and abusing your post. This second part is directed.
See, I didn't see this live stream.
Like Lionel and various other members of the Senate.
Purged your
People
videos.
that were supposed to be a cut above typical commentary channels like you or I. People that were supposed to take this fucking seriously, okay? People that, like, you know, were honor bound to honesty, integrity, and justice for all. Anybody that happened to need help, to need exposure. They were, like, at least a bulwark. People that actually got off their lazy asses to try to do something about this spate of mass degeneracy. About all I've been doing is trying to spread awareness, but sometimes that just ain't good enough, right? You want people out there that can actually get in contact with police and get some meaningful results. We don't want another fucking Kira the Wolf thing happening where too many fucking cooks in the kitchen like sully the evidence, and what evidence came out after the fact ran past the statute of limitations. We do not want another repeat about that, okay? So these people would actually try to get arrests. The problem is, because of Kaya Lovely's actions, the entire Senate is now suspect because they had somebody in their midst that was openly fraternizing with the enemy, as well as his associations with various other people out there that were not kosher, okay? And I don't care if you think that Cass Warfox is a son of a bitch for the way he carries himself, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Sometimes I find him, like, very endearing and very authentic. Other times I find him as, like, an annoying high school kid, the way he carries himself, where he's trying to be fucking edgy and punk. It don't fucking impress me, okay? But at the same time, I can certainly respect him for his objectivity and the way he looks at things and the way that he carries himself when he's actually asking hard questions. Something that
So there really hasn't been anything
I'm not
really
trying to throw anybody else
recent
under the
about
bus
her,
over
huh?
This, okay? It's crazy to me that Benji, Lagovert, if you prefer, didn't question anything that Coyote Lovely was doing, let alone Labrat, two other YouTubers out there that were known to expose pedophiles and zoophiles and talk about shit openly in public, you know, for our benefit, so that we were in awareness with all this. It's just crazy to me that they didn't have anything to say except disavowing him after the fact, okay? It didn't stop there, by the way. Lino, he must have felt this small being in the room, this tiny, like just sitting there, having to be questioned by Cass Warfox as to why Cass Warfox was getting hate and like animosity directed at him from members of the Senate, when he was just putting out the facts, right?
Why did he rebrand?
So Lino had like Coyote Lovely in a chat and just basically talked to him about it for like the next day in a live stream. Just basically the live stream's focus was on accountability for his actions. Okay, so everybody saw Coyote Lovely as not being the hero that he tried to pretend that he was. He was a big fat zero. And when questioned, it's like the comparison between he and Mr. Medicare like goes back and forth, and then it's just sort of like they're gonna put him in gay baby jail, like some room on the server. Now Coyote Lovely left before that, but before he left, he mentions that he's probably gonna take an extended hiatus, which is probably good for him. Maybe he should get off the internet entirely, but neither he for me or anybody else really tell him what he should and shouldn't do, right? He's a big boy now. He can make his own decisions. But he's probably not going to be making content like this.
Cover his tracks.
Like talking about him and Sappho, or Pierre the Wolf, or trying to expose any other sexual predators out there, because maybe he's just not cut out.
What's with this TikTok stuff?
Maybe his desire for clout supersedes his better judgment insofar as he cannot sort of distinguish when he needs to sort of nut up and shut up and focus on what is more important than getting a couple of points of internet clout. Because at the end of the day, you're playing with people's lives. That was the TLDR. That was the whole point of the live stream, that you are accountable for your actions, and you basically sullied your charge. You claiming to be that you were looking out for the best interests of various victims that were in your charge. Instead of doing that, you were playing around with the enemy and just fucking around on Twitter. Wasting, any opportunity that you possibly could to expose people. And just, I guess this hubris and arrogance hit to a head, okay? So, like I said before, maybe him and Sappho was absolutely right about Coyote Lovely being an egotistical asshole.
Excuse me.
It's disappointing, right? I legitimately thought I saw a friend in Coyote Lovely. Other people were telling me that I should have seen the writing on the wall. I should have accepted that Coyote Lovely wasn't the cool guy that I thought he was. I guess I'm a little bit naive in that sense, I try to see the good in people. I genuinely do. But sometimes, you just kind of have to acknowledge that when there is a pattern of behavior that follows somebody else's past and it's exposed for all to see, you gotta have to call for what it is instead of just, shrugging your shoulders and saying, "Oh no, I know Coyote Lovely. He's my friend. He would never do that." Well, he did. And for all of you that looked up to Coyote Lovely as some savior of the furry fandom, saving us all from furry degeneracy, maybe you shouldn't engage in hero worship. But there's a comment that I levied at somebody else today. Night of Queer, he actually commented on this thing. Saw this all unfolding from then to now and couldn't help but call Coyote Lovely for what he was. And I told him that one token rule whenever I, quote-unquote, expose people or spill the tea or anything like that, I might cover this shit, but I am certainly not going to try to make problems where none exist just for internet clout. Which is something that Coyote Lovely was doing, going native and just fucking fraternizing with the enemy and trying to say, "Hey, look guys, I'm fighting the good fight. This is all going to get us a lot of information that we already know, but hey, I might as well do it because I want to make it look like I'm actually doing something worth a damn."
Did she really?
Yeah. Fantastic. Anyway, Cass Warfox, this just reinforces
So much for her being loving.
earlier perceptions of the commentary community, of which it's like our collective reputation is underwater right now. Like, it is in the crap. Okay? So I don't think Cast War Fox respects people like Benji or like Labrat or anybody else out there that try to ask about videos or exposing like, you know, problematic people in the furry fandom because you know, having somebody like Coyote Lovely held in such high regard as like the gold standard of prosecutor, like, you know, judge, jury, executioner all in one in our presence, acting like he's one of us, and like, you know, really just vouching for him when, you know, we should have been questioning what, like, the extent of what he was doing. This video probably isn't satisfactory to answer all the goddamn questions, but you know what? I'm not privy to everything that Coyote Lovely did or didn't do. Okay, I can identify various people that he had in close company, but I can certainly not answer for things that, like, because I'm not in his head, okay? He didn't talk to me about shit like this. Cast War Fox does not trust the commentary community, okay? That's just a given, right? He said, fuck the commentary community. They dropped the ball one too many times. They're just here to get views and internet points. Something that I can't help but call Cast War Fox out for being just a little bit of a hypocrite, because he definitely gets monetary gain from his live streams. You know, people contribute money. And there could be that argument that you need to support yourself when you're, like, doing shit like this because, you know, you need some cash flow to come in to support what you're doing. But at the same time, it's just like, you're not completely objective. You're not completely impartial. You're definitely getting some, like, monetary benefit from all this. But at the same time, I cannot help but tip my hat and respect him for what he's doing. He's actually doing something worth a damn, and he's galvanizing his own community. The fucking Fox Mafia are the audience that he rallies around behind. And he himself, he's trying to make a fucking difference here, which is more than I can say for some people. Supposedly, Lionel's going to be shutting down the Senate because of Coyote Lovely's actions. Coyote Lovely was stripped of...
Where's this call?
of his rank and his standing as an admin and his association with the Senate at large. And the Senate itself is going to be shutting down in about a week. Lino's probably going to go his own merry way and continue to do the things that he does, but here's the problem. The problem with Cast War Fox suspecting that all commentators are just grifters and, you know, people that are trying to make a quick buck off the, like, you know, the, I guess, degeneracy of very problematic media out there, as well as the victims that, like, they have, like, damage done. He sees us all as grifters and, like, nonsensical people that really have no business, like, doing shit like this. And, like, by that same token, Cast War Fox is not a cop. He's not fed. He's not anything resembling law enforcement. So he doesn't operate by the same constrictive, I guess, protocol and procedure that they have to do. But at the same time, he has no more rights than I do in filing a police report with law enforcement or basically making a citizen's arrest if it ever came to that. So, but hey, he's doing the Lord's work, going after the problematic people of the fucking furry fandom. The problem is, the only people I see winning out of all this are the zoophiles and pedophiles themselves, and any other sexual deviant or predator out there that is engaged in illicit activities, okay? They are the people that win out of all of this. Because the integrity of the zoo hunters and pedo hunters out there, whatever you want to call them, is put into question because people that they swore to condemn, they were getting buddy-buddy with. You know? For Coyote Lovely, it was him and Sapphire, who, like I said before, like, recognized the whole thing, couldn't help but laugh at it, and was basically adding, like, you know, gasoline to the fire as Coyote Lovely's own reputation was taking a dive. I don't really feel too bad about all this, to be honest with y'all, because, you know, if you act disingenuous sooner or later,
God damn, that audio is low.
This is a short story of Coyote Lovely. Well, Coyote has been an admin in the Senate, and I've worked with him before on many cases. Some action deserves its own fast mustard, which got my attention by cast 4 o'clock for members of his circle on Monday, the 20th of February. Cast wasn't aware of what I did and did not fully know. The key things brought up were Coyote's teaming pattern of getting close to zoos only to drop them when seemingly convenient. Examples of this are people like Chicago and Sappho.
Is the call in this one? That was that one. That was the first one. Oh, that one was okay.
Everyone protecting all the dreams on me. A million lifetimes of what they want me to be. Saying give a little, give a little, give a little, give a little, piece by piece.
Piece. I gotta go take something from the car real quick. So you guys go ahead and talk. Frisky, or was it Frisky Pizza? How would you like to handle this order?
I think the most useful path to take would be
Talk about your side. Talk about your side real quick.
Okay. So, way back when Sappho had a Discord server, I believe it was called Sappho's Cult, me and some friends got some alts in there, and we were doing a little, you know.
When does he interview him? Do you know?
Nothing organized or anything like that. We were just gathering evidence to throw up on the farms. And then out of nowhere, this person that goes by the name Alex pulled me into a group chat with him, Coyote Lovely, Hate Fault, and Aquinas. At the time, it seemed as if Alex was spearheading the thing.
Usually someone will
I'm unsure of which one it is, whether it be Alex or Coyote.
be nice enough to
But
post.
that's when it suddenly seemed like it was organized and stuff. Now, Alex seemed overly
an hour and
enthusiastic
41
about the
minutes.
whole thing. There were a few things that he said here and there that just didn't really click with me. Long story short with that, I didn't trust him. So I stayed in there. I helped where I could. There was one time where I, phoned up the FBI due to some of the concerning things I was seeing. But eventually, there was just too many red flags for me when it came to Alex. So I bailed the fuck out. Not too long after, Sappho's Discord gets taken down. And, fast forward a month or two, and I stumble upon Alex in a server owned by JSONFX. Now, for those of you who don't know who JSONFX is, he's pretty fucking legit. He's been accused of a lot of things. Now, Alex is a moderator for JSONFX, like a die-hard moderator, somebody who aggressively defends him and Peace Wolf and the things that they've done. I jumped into a VC with him, muted up, and somebody just hinted towards some of the drama oriented around JSONFX, and he got ass mad, threatening to ban them.
So, until I see some shit happen to Coyote, as promised from our previous conversation a week ago, I'm not inclined to truly believe anyone or take them on their word. The reason I'm acting so fucking hoot edgy by some weirdos and commentary spin is because I have every right to. No one's gonna trust anyone after this, and that's being made clear. I don't trust anybody attaching to themselves to these groups because of this shit. To my knowledge, my community still was being attacked by Senate and quite a few other people because we had conversations about the game. And we did call it out. So until that's addressed as well, I can't be inclined to believe. I will let Lyle Man back, but Coyote wants to join, so we're going to let him join. And the people who are involved in this situation will have their uninterrupted conversation. Especially since some of the people have been victims of some of the gun ops and violence. Okay, hello there. Welcome to the show, Coyote Lovely.
You done playing League, Kyle?
I've been done playing League. I was having dinner with my family, which also ended.
Don't believe you, man. They're probably on it right now.
That's amazing. I don't give a shit. Anyway.
What'd you have for dinner?
You're not giving a shit. You love eating it.
Okay, anyway. We We had chili for dinner, Cedric. Thanks for asking.
What the hell?
Alright, so what was the questions in particular?
Man, he was already on the defensive there, wasn't he?
You wanted to ask?
Well, I'll let certain people involved. Pizza, you got your question?
By the way, Discord calls, that's dangerous, man. When you got that many personalities and the one contentious person or controversial person that comes on, it's like, it's just asking for a shit salad.
Yeah, I guess we'll start with the most obvious one. Why did you nuke your DMs with Sappho?
Because you and Cedric, like the fucking brainlets you are, blew the op.
How?
That's bullshit. I want to call you out on that one.
I don't care. I posted the fucking logs.
Hey, yo. How come Alex was in the Sappho thread talking about the op openly before Cedric and Pizza went on it? She was openly saying that she was talking with Sappho for days, not even a week before that happened. So why are you throwing the blame on those two?
Because fucking Alex didn't post anything publicly about the op specifically.
They did.
Just because...
They were.
They were.
Where?
They were.
On the Sappho thread.
On the fucking feed.
Show me the fucking link and I will actually believe you if you show me the link. That's one thing nobody's fucking shown me.
Uh-huh. Well,
so if you fucking give me that, I could buy that if there's a link.
Pizza, that's on you. Also, real quick, I have something to ask because I am a little bit concerned with the logic of this. Now, you said about the thread being the op being compromised by Pizza, right? When did you say the date that was compromised because of Pizza?
To the best of my awareness, February 22nd, because that's when I couldn't DM Pizza anymore. He blocked me, and that's when I became aware of it.
Okay.
And I remember that message was failed on January 22nd, and yeah, that's when I was made aware that the op was publicly given.
Understandable. Here's a problem. So Sappho was swatted at December.
Scorched Earth approach.
Okay, that could have been any number of people.
Yes, I'm not blaming anyone for it. That's not my point.
Well, he basically gets to the point.
What do you think? How do you think the cops are gonna give a shit about any of this when they're now scrambling their resources to figure out who did it? You guys did this. You guys did this op at October. It's over.
We didn't do it in October. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's been dated back to October at the very least.
Then somebody fucking lied, because that was not what I was directly doing.
Wait, are you talking about the flirting aspect, or the trying to confirm anything about Sappho?
Fucking flirting with Sappho in order to gain her trust, that did not date back to October. So whoever stated that is telling you something that's
I'm talking about the op to go against Sappho in general, not your bit.
Okay, see, those were two separate things. I don't know if you're understanding that part, but those were not the same fucking thing.
Alright, so here's the problem. It's over.
It seems to be a lot of fucking
so defensive.
It's over. The whole op has already been ruined before January start, before New Year's.
I've actually got a better question. He says that me and Cedric ruined an op. What exactly is the op? What would you have accomplished? Because for one, the fucking arrest warrant was never fucking real. It was fake. It never existed.
Before I answer the other question, I'm actually going to address on that one. Both me and the victim thought it was legitimate. That was news to both of us at that time. I conveyed the information I thought was accurate at the time, and it turns out it wasn't accurate. I apologize for conveying information that turned out to be inaccurate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I was outright lying.
Okay, with that being said, what exactly does it mean that the op was blown? Because the only thing that I'm gathering of use, according to you, is that you were able to confirm Sappho's address, which was already on the farms, and I mean, it wouldn't have taken a large amount of detective work to confirm that it was indeed her address. You didn't need to flirt with her to get that information. I mean,
honestly, I don't know what I could have confirmed. That's the whole reason that I did it. I don't know what I could have gotten.
Well, yeah, you never know what something's going to turn into.
So, what exactly did I ruin?
No, hold on.
Hold on, Cass. I do want to address that because he's asked that several times. What you did, okay. What you ruined, from what my perspective is that she is now aware that this is a work. Now everything has to get shut down.
No. Problem.
No,
here's the problem with that. The op was already ruined. She already talked about the fact she got swatted well before any of this came out. It was on a random FM video. What are you talking about?
The swapping has nothing to do with the op. How are you not connecting
It
those two
ruins the chances for the op to go somewhere, you fucking retard!
In what regard? How is that the case when it's not even
The
connected to anything I've
investigation
done?
is fucking ruined!
It's not connected to the investigation, you fucking twit.
Of course
Yes,
it
it
is.
Yes,
I
it
need to
is.
ask. No. How is it connected to the investigation? You tell me
Because
right now
she's
how it's
going to
connected.
run like the bitch she is.
She was
You said
already-
that yourself.
She was already gonna fucking run. She
You
got
said
doxxed.
that
The
your
Zeus sadist, you
fucking self.
idiot.
But since we're on the
She's a
topic,
fucking Zeus sadist
since
and
we're on the
pedophile who got
topic,
doxxed. Of
let's
course
talk
she's
about
gonna
the
run.
effectiveness of your op right now. Because I have a fucking receipt that proves otherwise. You want to see it? You want to see it,
yeah,
you
I'd like
fucking
to see it.
spur?
Why don't you show me?
I actually do
Yo,
want to answer
D-
your
yo,
question, Cody. How did your family dinner go, by the way? Because with the answer you brought in here, I can understand why they left the dinner table
Hold on.
early.
Can it? Let's see.
That's what I would say,
like to
actually, can
answer
it?
Your question, Yodi, on how would have ruined the investigation. Dude, look, I'm gonna say this publicly. I have been involved with law enforcement. My
Okay, so
entire
let's stop right there. I don't give a shit. Cass, why don't you show me what you got?
Alright,
Oh,
so this is...
oh, you don't care? Dude, you can't swat somebody and expect to have a fucking
Then
warrant
again,
up out of
I
your
didn't
ass.
swat anybody, so why don't you fucking kill yourself?
It doesn't matter if it's...
Oh, that's a little bit far.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Alright, everyone shut the
fuck up, you uptight hole.
Wow, okay, so here's the thing. All of
Okay,
you
these
shut up.
guys don't really. There's a there's a lot of toxic personalities kind of going around here, including
Or I'm
Coyote.
getting rid of all of y'all, so let me read this. This was posted on February 23rd. Some days prior.
See, this would be really great if it was just Castwolf and then Coyote. It'd be like 10 times better.
You're cute. This is from Sappho. You're cute, man. You're being buried. It's hilarious. The victim's info is about to be released. Can it exist all of it? At all? If it exists at all, excuse me. The entire facade is crumbling. You really couldn't help yourself, and that's the best part. You got jack shit done, and clearly the cops don't care either, seeing it's been 2 months with nothing. You fucked around, and you're now finding out. LOL.
I'm sorry, where did you post that? Because I ain't seen that.
This was on
That's news
Telegram.
to me.
It was apparently on Telegram. It's also
Which
on
fucking chat?
It's on the stream. It's literally.
I'm not watching your fucking stream, okay? So why don't you just post it somewhere that I can see?
Okay.
You sure that you didn't delete that one too?
No, I didn't delete that one too, you fucking asshole.
So let's put this in perspective. This is worst case scenario. You wanted to fuck around with them cheats, and this is what happened. They're gonna go after the victim, assuming that victim is real, and they're gonna do some shit. And they're gonna do some shit because they're inclined to do it after they've been swatted. See my problem?
Okay, they don't know who the victim is.
Why-
I never shared the hold on. I never shared the victim's identity, and that was for a very specific reason. I knew they would want to go after the victim. Of course, I'm not going to share the victim's fucking identity. I'm not a moron.
It doesn't matter because now that all of this has been blown by the fact that Alex talked about it and started a whole shit show on kiwi farms over it, because of course people will be asking questions. They're like, Alex.
Can you just give me one moment? I'm actually going to check fucking Elias's DMs, because I assume Elias, you just sent me where Alex blew it. If Alex, and I'm just going to take that. Is that correct?
Yes, I did send it. This is where they confirmed that they were chatting with Sappho. They were very open about this before Pizza and Seti blew more of it. But Alex was on the farms, fucking running her mouth, going, "Yeah, I'm chatting with Sappho right now. She's a good person. Oh, we might get some results." She was very open that there was something going on. The op wasn't confirmed, but anybody who was reading into it could tell something was happening.
Wait a minute. You think that's confirmation that Alex was the one who blew the op?
No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that she is definitely in there saying that something was going on. So why are you blaming it on Pizza and Cedric? Because she was saying that she was talking with Sappho the whole fucking time.
They also were getting very sympathetic towards Sappho near the end. It had a complete 180.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Everyone on Kiwi Farms is aware. But the thing is, though, that doesn't necessarily mean that Alex actually even told him anything.
Well, I mean,
hold on. I'm not going to dispute that. I will absolutely say that there is a possibility, but that's not confirmation. All I I know is that Sappho was not aware of anything until after the post by Cedric was made. That's all I can confirm hard evidence-wise. I mean, as far as that goes, to me, that puts the blame further onto Cedric and Pizza posting about it, making Sappho aware,
No,
and Sappho just being aware.
It really doesn't, because if
In
you
what
hint,
way?
if you hint anything on Kiwi Farms, you have to prove it.
Okay, in what fucking way? Because right now, all I'm seeing is that there's evidence that those two said, that those two said something, which is exactly what fucking Sappho cited as her becoming aware that I was fucking playing. That was Sappho's proof in my conversation with her. That's what fucking showed her that I was playing. That's all I can point to at that point. That was what made her aware. Because if she was already aware, why the fuck wouldn't she have called me on my bullshit or worse?
Why are you still on this narrative about whether or not it's not?
I'm gonna just kind of shoot for, or go for a limb to say that she's probably going to just assume everyone she talks to could be trying to get some type of information or doing an operation on her. So that would be a little bit naive of Coyote.
Given the fact that it's fucking Sappho screaming about how right now you were into
And she's a manipulative person, so by default, you have to presume that she's pathological too, a liar.
There's shit, fucking Telegram shit being fucking spammed everywhere about it.
I don't care if there's Telegram shit being spammed everywhere about it right now. What I'm talking about is the op being blown.
The op being blown. The fake warrant. And the fact that she was already running, you could definitely.
The warrant that I was under the impression was actually legitimate, and the victim was also under the impression was legitimate.
That's irrelevant. I mean, whether or not you were under the impression of anything.
No. If I had the benefit of the doubt on my side and I thought I was telling you the truth, how is that suddenly irrelevant?
It's not.
Because you're still saying that the op was blown.
Yeah,
it was never an op.
Look, if I can have the talking stick for a minute. Dude, look, I'm
stick.
Gonna be blunt with you. Really, really fucking blunt. Okay? It's not a fucking op if somebody, if you're told one day before I have a fucking arrest warrant, which you can go and look up on some court docket in the fucking state, in the same state that she's living in or wherever that she's at, doesn't matter. They always post it. They always do for a reason, and that reason being is for record keeping. When none existed to begin with, there will be nothing there. No cases will match your search. It's that fucking simple. And then, let's fast forward a day, knowing that this person has been
Absolutely
swatted. I'm not blaming you, Coyote,
I have no doubt.
or anybody. Whoever swatted them, your chances of a warrant ever fucking existing after that is gone.
Yeah.
Because a felony was just committed. So the cops are going to be more fucking focused on a goddamn felony that can get somebody killed rather than some fucking bullshit gay op going on fucking Telegram.
My issue that doesn't seem like that.
Hold on a minute. This wasn't going on Telegram. And regardless.
Wherever it was going on.
Hold on. Regardless, I'm not going to discuss the victim's identity. I'm not going to discuss every single thing that the victim went through. But there were actual crimes committed against the victim. They were talking to a detective in there. Now, I understand what you're saying here. I fully understand. And honestly, you're right. I probably should have fucking double-checked to make sure the warrant was valid. I probably should have. That's a fucking mistake out of many on my fucking part. That said, it doesn't suddenly mean that I have all these nefarious intents. And it doesn't suddenly fucking mean that I actually fucking like Sappho. Like, let's be fucking real here. The woman tried to fucking threaten to burn down my fucking home with me here. There's no fucking shot I actually...
No, it's just hot.
Serious?
At this point...
I don't think anybody's accusing you of being in love with Sappho. You don't have to love somebody to put your dick in them and somebody like crazy. I'm just saying.
Literally, Cass just accused me of that. Are you kidding me?
You fucked around with your collar.
What the fuck
It's a
does that
fucking
mean?
pattern.
Hold on.
It's a fucking pattern, you idiot.
Oh wait, there's leopard coming with my fucking lip.
Fuck up, no one's talking to you. Anyway, Cass, what the fuck does that mean? I never even once had any kind of feel. That's a weird one.
I mean, are you sure about that? How about you, fucking Mo? You tell me what you know.
That's a weird one, he says.
That's assuming he's not busy.
You go ahead and believe whatever the fuck you want to
Oh,
believe.
I'm going to, because the problem is you have, despite all of his claims about trying to fix this shit, you have led entire document showed it was just Sappho going at you for failing to sell drink in the first place. Because what? It's been months, and what'd you have to show for it?
Unfortunately, nothing, and that sucks. That's my fault, and I've already owned that. That is my fault that there's nothing to show for
So let me put this question to you: Are you aware that life isn't a James Bond film?
I'm very aware of that.
Then why are you acting like you're James Bond? Get ready in those fucking zoo files.
Okay, first of all, you know, I'm not even gonna address that second part. Either way,
No,
way,
I'm saying it's a fair question. Why do you think that?
I already stated that the reason why. No, hold on. I'm gonna answer your question. The reason why I decided to do this incredibly bad idea, which was ultimately one of the worst fucking ones that I've had in my time on YouTube. Admittedly, I'm not gonna say it wasn't. The reason why I did this incredibly bad idea is because I was pissed off at Sappho, and I just wanted to see her go to fucking jail any way I could. And granted, it was a bad fucking idea, like I told you, like I've said multiple times on Twitter. But at the same time, it was an impulsive one, and I shouldn't have fucking made it in hindsight. Okay?
Said it was a bad idea. An impulsive one.
So,
like, I have not been dishonest about that point. This is something that I've constantly, like, told people.
Impulsive for what reason?
It was impulsive because I saw an opportunity and I jumped.
Oh,
and I know how that sounds. No, hold on. I know how
Yeah,
that sounds.
yeah, he jumped
because
on
you
her.
made the jokes already. Just because you made the joke, don't worry. It's not lost on me. But I saw an opportunity to possibly get information to help a victim.
How does someone come into things, come with the idea, I'm going to manipulate the manipulator? You can't manipulate the manipulator. You can't do that.
At the time, and I jumped on it.
But at the end of the day, the victim ends up getting hurt more.
It's like playing pretend.
Another question that I have is, why didn't you export the chats before
It's
you
like the difference between an investigator and an actual certified detective. In the darkest terms.
them?
Because at the time, and I will rephrase this so we don't start a fucking argument with the way that I word this. I believed that at that moment the op was now blown. I didn't know that it was blown beforehand, or at least didn't think about that. And I thought I had a limited amount of time to act before Sappho did something crazy, so I decided to nuke them without exploiting.
Okay, here's where I'm going to prove that that's a lie. Okay?
I don't know how you could prove that, but go ahead.
Because the fucking screenshots on Kiwi Farms. Here, I'll show you. Okay? You said, and I quote, I redact.dev'd my chats with Sappho because I didn't know how much time I actually had before Sappho put 2 and 2 together, and I realized that I was doing fucking work, and the last thing I want is some crazy motherfucker who literally put together an entire Telegram channel dedicated to ruining me having any kind of access to these chats.
Yeah,
okay?
which is what I
So
literally said right now.
Yeah, my response to that is, Sappho tried to address, if Sappho tried to address anything out of context, you could have easily shared the full context due to, you know, also having the chat logs. It's convenient that you're suddenly afraid that everyone would believe Sappho would. Right. Now, the part that I'm going to prove is...
Now, hold on a minute. I actually do want to address that. Just because I've actually disproved the things you said before doesn't mean I could do it again. Like, I understand... No, I understand what you're saying, where I've disproven what she said by, like, posting the full context, but just because that has happened previously does not imply it will happen in the future. Different things can always occur.
Okay. Now, here's another quote. You said, I should have exported them first. That was a mistake not doing that, but I didn't know how much time that I had because Sappho has weird fucking hours, so I just did the safest thing I fucking could at the time. Now, here's my response. This is where it's obviously a lie. The decision to nuke your chats was not an impromptu one. You weren't worried about how much time you had according to the screenshots of the DMs between you and Rodeo. According to the screenshots, you became aware that the op was compromised at 1952 hours. You then began conversing with Rodeo about why certain things had possibly occurred until 2016.
He likes to sound
When you
professional,
stated,
doesn't he?
I'm probably going to end up redacting
Mr.
my
Pizza.
chats with Sappho soon. This implies that you are not in a hurry. The conversation continues, and at 20-25 hours, you state, I'm currently redact.deving my chat with Sappho. In other words, it took you 33 minutes to make the decision to nuke your chats after finding out that the op was compromised. It takes a few seconds to export a chat. On Discord, it takes longer to redact .devachat than it does to export it, so you're a fucking liar, dude. You sat there and had to think about it. This is the evidence. This is evidence. This is factual evidence. You're a fucking liar.
Yeah. Okay. I can also attest to the use of export logs like that in those little apps. Those flat out don't take a lot of time to work. They take probably, if you're not having the best connection, maybe an hour.
Actually, that is something I wasn't aware of because I've only used it once, and that was in the Zacralo situation. I've actually never exported Discord chats outside of that one singular event.
What the fuck are you doing?
Am I doing? What do you mean?
I don't know. What are you doing for these ops in general?
For the most part, I don't do them, and usually this is why. Like, did you think that this is something I've done multiple? If you think I've done this kind of thing multiple times, then clearly it wouldn't work.
So it's just naive.
For the most part, it's not really. I don't call it pedo busting. The reason why is because most of what I do is just make videos making fun of people like this.
So basically, yeah, I guess charlatan does kind of basically say it. He was, yeah, so yeah, he was, yeah, he's a charlatan. Yeah, he is. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate right there. So at the lowest level, you know, you can call him a charlatan. He seems like someone that's very naive.
Like Sappho.
And he made a lot of mistakes that he now has to acknowledge, or had to have acknowledged, in front of peers that are more seasoned.
Like, the only time that this has ever become like a quote-unquote busting thing is when that fucking Sappho video blew up and people started describing the title to me. I've never once called myself. I'm an app.
So there was some naivete for everyone around him that fell into the charlatan.
Otero video. Which one? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, prideful. Yeah.
Is that like not like essentially the equivalent of like an exposed dot or exposed video?
Do you mean the one that I wound up deleting at a later date? Is that the one we're referring to here?
The one that essentially skyrocketed your career from like going into like the whole like exposed commentary
Oh,
shit?
that? No, that wasn't even close to that. That was literally some half-baked rant that just happened to wind up getting like 1,000 views, and I wound up deleting it later because I thought this isn't really reflective.
Imagine him being exposed, and now like his tone is like changed, is so much lower. Like, it's that realization of like, oh my god, I'm a charlatan.
Like, if you think that I've had some kind of years of fucking mastermind experience or any kind of op experience, then you're mistaken, because this is the first time I've ever tried to do one on my own, and clearly it has failed spectacularly. So,
I also
this, if anything, go ahead.
Why did you use my chat logs on Twitter?
I mean,
I gotta really ask, like, you're respecting a victim of Sappho, yet
I mean, majorly.
attacks me and shit, yet you feel the need to throw my chat away. And I know you didn't use my real name in the fucking dogs or whatever, but still. Come on,
I mean,
man.
it felt to me that I was being attacked for something that I was actually not guilty of, which is that it was being claimed that I never filed
He is
it.
explaining, you know, his motive.
I don't know how to prove I filed it. I know how I can prove that I did all the fucking steps to get up to that report, but I can't fucking prove that I sat there and filed it. All I can prove is I did all of the work that was the hard work. Well, I don't know why I wouldn't do the easy part. So, I mean, that's the best I could have done to prove that.
You
don't
never
have
sent
a
me
draft
any
of the
like,
email?
the fucking docs or nothing that I could have done myself. If you're claiming that you never did like the hard, like you never did the fucking easy part, which allegedly could be sending it, because I imagine the hard part would be writing everything down. You never sent me anything that you wrote down, and so
Well,
He
no,
literally
I
goes with me for about a month or two.
actually that's not entirely accurate. And what I sent you was the statutes that I believe Marcus might have been in violation of. After that, I also told you that it's possible we won't hear back if they don't respond. Also, I do recall, and Castle's in this call, that you brought it up a week later, and I stated it's only been a week. It might take a little bit longer. Let's just give it time. That said, after a certain point, I did stop responding, but clearly I was involved in this dipshittery. That being the option, clearly ill-advised that I was not handling anything like that before.
Does he have to?
Freely
It's like,
admitting
does he have to continually remind everyone that he messed up?
that again. So it's just one of those
It's
things.
basically just telling everyone what they want to hear. He's like, please forgive me.
I did file the report. I can give you an assurance. I didn't file and since Bash brought up an email, it wasn't through email. It was through that one here.
So I mean, he's incredibly shamed in this. He feels legit shamed. Ashamed.
I'm saying that there should be some form of paper trail or history that you could at least prove that was a thing.
Tips.fbi.gov. You should be able to file actual
Mhm.
Pardon?
Yeah, and he's got some regrets. He's got shame.
Hold on, I didn't make you do all the work. What the fuck is that?
No, I'm saying like you're telling me, oh yeah, you can use tips.gov. It's like you understand how fucking stupid that fucking.
I mean, he's being humbled.
I'm telling you that that's what I use. I'm telling you the website that I use. I'm not telling you to go use it now. I'm giving you the website that I use. It didn't send me an email back. I mean, the last
Good
time
question.
I submitted one of the things through this particular website, I actually did get a response, which, Cass, I sent you that testimony from Archive the Wolf, which is how I got that response through that website. So I assumed that would actually work. Again, it worked previously. So, when something works, you can make a safe assumption this might work.
Let me put this in perspective since I saw this in Archive the Wolf, and I will show a little bit on screen. The issue with the video in question is that it's referencing supposedly what we did back in like 2021, and I'm going to assume it's probably like July or some shit. My issue with that is the reason why that little save doesn't work for me is because it's talking about what happened. Not a couple months ago, not 3, not 4 months ago, not much longer than that. This is 2021, we're at 2020.
I think you're missing the point. The point is that the reason I use this website is because it's previously passed, so naturally it's going to be something I default to. That's the point I'm making. It's not supposed to save like anything. It's just supposed to clarify, hey, I used this fucking website because when I used it in the past, there was success. So
Yeah,
there you go.
anyone can use any website that's tailored and built for a specific purpose. The issue in question is that it's trying to talk about stuff you did in the past, not stuff that you history.
I understand, and that's not supposed to save any of what's going on. It's just the reason I'm referencing it is as an explanation for. The reason I'm referencing it is to explain why when I filed the report, as far as what was happening to Persky, I used that particular website. And I'm not saying that video, I'm not saying that testimony, I'm not saying it does anything to negate the fact that I botched this really ill-advised op, but I am saying that the reason.
Is that pleading for forgiveness again?
The reason I used that fucking website.
Yeah.
Because that website has.
Yeah, it's
in the past. So I went to that. That was my default.
I mean, he could redeem himself, but he's got to know what the fuck he's doing. That's the thing. Like these others are seasoned. He needs to be seasoned.
Does that make sense? Are you understanding why I would do
So he doesn't do this shit again.
No, because you're referring to the use of a tool, and not
Become a charlatan.
No. This wasn't about the op. This is about the first year report.
I mean, I asked that question. But I have one more to get back to like the option. Guys will continue running around in circles, chasing me. Why the fuck did you say what you fucking said to Kaz? Or you didn't want to go at length about the first year report shit. Like, I really want to know, because that really burned my fucking buns on multiple.
Because at the end of the day, and this might sound cold, I don't have an obligation to file a report. I'm just some asshole on the internet. I'm not a cop. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have an obligation.
I mean, you made several promises. In
Oh my
DMs
God,
to
dude.
Firsty. The screenshot I don't know if they've been leaked on the Kiwi Farms or if they
What
haven't.
if
They
you?
will.
What if you give
Hold
your
on,
word?
Hold on a minute, Pizza. I did file a report. I'm not going to say that I didn't, but at the same time, the reason I don't consider it worth discussing is because at the end of the day, no matter what I say, I don't have an obligation. It's not my.
Well,
fucking
what if you give your word?
Backtrack.
But you keep saying that you're doing this for the victim and that you care about the victims, but oh fuck the victim. If I'm not obligated when it's not convenient to me. Am I right?
Pizza is so just. Oh man.
Give any comfort to the victim. It's not about the views.
On target.
It's all about the victims. It's not about the money, Fursky. I'm doing this because I caught you crying in a VC. And I was like, it's okay, little girl. Like, don't worry about it. Here, have a police
Are you
report
quite
that I'm
done?
totally not going to file.
Are you quite done?
No, I'm not quite done because this whole
Okay.
entire situation has me really pissed.
Okay. That's amazing. I don't care.
Hold
anyway,
on, I do
Pizza,
have.
the reason.
So you really don't care about the victim.
No, Fursky, I don't give a fuck about you. I think you're a fucking bitch. There you go. That's my answer. I don't. It's not. Has nothing to do with victims. I don't give a fuck about you specifically.
She was no. She was a victim of something, and you did jump in and say you weren't.
And I did make a fucking report. That said, because the situation as it has evolved, I don't. It's not a matter of first.
That's when he officially lost respect
So,
right there.
I just want to ask. I want to make this kind of clear. So, because you didn't like them, you didn't follow up with it, or I mean, what are you trying to say here?
No, what I'm trying to say here right now is what I'm trying to say is that I don't like Fursky. She happens to be a victim, and I did file the report. That said, because I was in the middle of this brain dead op, which admittedly, dumb fucking decision,
Was screwed,
I didn't
huh?
fucking follow up. Because the way that I saw it is there were a lot of people still helping Fursky, but nobody helping the other victim. So I picked the other victim.
Well, shit.
Well, then
guess
say
what,
that.
Not all victims are created equal, guys.
Yeah, you're right. If somebody's still helping you and no one's helping the other person, I'm gonna fucking help the other person. Sorry, Fursky.
Well, you'd help both people best you could.
Well, like, me and you, before all this drama, you were trying to be really fucking buddy-buddy with me. Like, you fucking went to precinct and shit. You helped us with the Sappho shit. Like, shit, man. Like, I thought we were friends.
You thought wrong. you
Let
fucking
me
idiot.
speak. Fuck. I get all of our emotions are high strung. Please shut the fuck up and let me speak. I get it. So, here's my problem. You say that the other victim, which I'm going to assume is the victim relating to the Sappho op in which you claim, had no safety.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how bad that looks after the fact Sappho said he could go after them?
Sappho still does not know right now. To the best of my awareness, Sappho has absolutely no idea who they're
I'm pretty sure they'll figure it out eventually. Yes, they're stupid, but just because someone's stupid doesn't mean they're incapable of getting the answer right.
I understand that. I will state the victim has successfully moved state as they were planning to do as well. So even if Sappho does find out who it was, they don't know right now.
Yeah.
So there's at least that as well.
Hold on, excuse me. Yeah. I got a lot of people kind of doing stuff, so give me a sec. Thank you guys for the donations. I apologize if I cannot immediately get to you guys all the donations, but this is a live stream.
We might need a part 2 to get all the donation announcements.
If it was such a concern about whether or not you have the resources and time to have these multiple investigations, can you just leave it the same?
Yeah, pretty much shows.
The other communities.
What I don't understand is why he still continued to stay in the Discord.
Like I did with Fursky,
That's what I don't understand.
Wow, I thought I just got vilified for that. That's so strange that you're suggesting I should do that when in the situation where I did, now I just got yelled at for it. That's so cruel.
You went out of your way to get yourself. No.
Shut up, Fursky. You literally just did that earlier this fucking stream.
God, hey, you learned that one from Gabe?
Huh, Jesus. So my issue with that is that you literally went out of your way to try to get yourself involved with business. And then I had to help out later because of the fact that some people who are feds said there was no report. So I came in with a bunch of people, and we spent all fucking night making a manuscript of a goddamn report. The only reason I did that was because it was already weeks later, and it turned out nothing was happening. People started asking questions. People started looking into things. Things that were supposed to be on record were not on record. I had to go out of my way to fix the mistake.
Doesn't make any fucking sense. I know I filed the report. I think I said I fucking did it. I even told Fursky, don't take that fucking video down because that was submitted on the report.
Okay, I do have an answer for you. The site that you use, which would be the tips line, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as I was trying to say a while ago while explaining it to Cass as well, look, those tip lines, the FBI has 3 or 4 different tip lines. They also have IC3s and all kinds of places. The best thing to do in a situation such as Fursky Doodle's situation is to find the direct state police, DPS, highway patrol, whatever they're called where you live. Call them. Set up a meeting with a detective. That detective will go and find it, and then he will contact wherever Fursky's at. And if needed, they will drag the FBI into it. Fortunately enough, I did help with this, and I did help with her case, and I did get it forwarded to Lincoln Labs. So whatever happens to him next is none of our concern.
I understand that, and I agree that is a good outcome. I just don't. What I'm not understanding is why the hell there's nothing on record. Because I know for a fact I filed that report. That makes like that's. Wait, what?
Any time that a report doesn't show up, it could have been hit by a filter. It could have been dropped. It could have been forwarded somewhere else to where nobody knows where it went. Or it just could have been straight up deleted because it doesn't meet the criteria of that specific website or tool that you're using. They, believe it or not, on their end, they do have specific criteria they categorize these tips by. And the list is very, very, very long.
Yeah, so he's just very naive.
Guys, hold on. I do have information from the person who did the court case. Hey, FI does show images when posted at least back in 2015. You get a case number. If you're working with local law enforcement, you get a case number. The IC3 will also send you a notice of receiving. That's bull. You can't prove it. Yeah, they gave you a notice of receiving for that. I've used them.
Wait, hold on. What is that in regards to right here?
That was in regards of police reports and whether or not they notified you received.
Yes.
I mean which case we're talking about, the one with the victim that I'm leaving unnamed, or we're talking about the first one? Like, which one are we talking about?
Both.
I don't want to.
In this case, it's both.
It's any of them.
It's any of them.
Okay. It's possible they might have, and I might have like fucking misplaced it or something. I don't know. Would it have been
That's so
they would send you a note.
backtracky. I don't know.
Yes.
Let me check my email.
It'll say something to regards of, hi, thank you for your this is not word for word chat, just bear with me here. They go something along the lines of, hey, thank you for submitting your report.
I guess they're about to checkmate him.
Say, for example, CR 11235678. And then you can follow it. That's a tracking follow. Now, if the law enforcement agency, which would be any of them, so I'll use an example, NYPD, they call you. You do, in some of these reports, it's very smart to leave your phone number, so at least so they can contact you.
I left my email address and my phone number. I also left Fursky's when I asked for it, I believe, because in case they didn't want to contact me, they could contact Fursky directly. I remember asking for Fursky's first and last name, as well as Marcus's first and last name, and then putting that information as well as any other like contact information that Fursky's wanted to share with me on the report, as well as my own in case they want to contact me since I filed the report.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright, so GLaDOS, you wanted to speak? Feel free to, so we can just like get some of that clean them over with. to speak.
I was having a few technical issues.
Feel free to speak.
Thank you. Coyote, I want you to apologize to Fursky.
That
I
voice.
think that's all we'll do. Every last one of us here. You worthless piece of garbage.
Oh,
People in Hell want ice water. The point is you don't always get what you want.
No.
Oh,
It's
shit.
just your trap, and listen, I'm not done.
Okay. Please do go on.
People like you are why victims have no voice. It doesn't matter that you don't like Fursky. You have an obligation to help her as a victim. Yes, you do. Shut your mouth.
If he was an actual investigator.
If you keep interrupting me, Cass, would you please mute him so that he can listen?
Gladly, not gladly, because people need to speak. Coyote, let them speak. You have a response right after.
This isn't your show, Spurg.
Can it? Let those two have at it.
You, people like you, are the bottom of the barrel. You're the reason why the pit keeps growing deeper and deeper. If it weren't for people like you, shit might actually get done. You made a promise to Fursky, and you... Obviously, it's too late now. But you gave her your word.
That's very ominous.
Backpedaled on it. You deserve to be crucified just like all the others.
So, before I say anything else, if you believe, the audience, that Coyote is guilty of all this dumb shit, in your own personal opinion, might I add, feel free to post the Siggy link.
I can't do that right now. My ESA is active.
Alright, then press 1. Siggy and 1. That's audio.
I do want to clarify, since apparently this was mentioned earlier, the Senate had no idea that I was doing any of this, so this isn't like a Senate thing. Apparently that was brought up. That's
Yeah, there were a lot of
In
ones.
that case, that sounds like you guys have a communication problem, because essentially what I got from this is I talked to Lio about this a week in advance. And if the staff refuses to be open about what happened, I'm willing to discuss it in a bit more open and fair terms, so that nothing was going to get, like, you know, as you probably would expect it throughout the past week, confused and muddy. They could have done that. At that point, I think that's mighty odd given the nature of that particular community. But that's just.
I mean, I don't understand at all how my actions independently are even remotely reflective of the Senate in general.
Oh, I'm just doing what apparently a lot of people lately have been doing to me. I just believe fair's fair.
I'm not.
You don't know how
In
it
fact, I've
reflects.
actually been telling people not to do that. I have not actually. I have never once described anyone else's actions onto you.
Just saying.
Just saying. So, just saying what?
Oh, it's basically what it is.
Oh yeah, it is.
Apparently,
Very much
it
so.
seems that some people were okay with an England flag because of Dyer, and made some excuses about it. And on top of it, a lot of shit talking toward my community because we talked about the thread, and we're trying to figure out what's going on, and all this other stuff. And apparently it seems like a lot of people were trying to do the good all, well, if Kaz's community is being an asshole, that means he must be a LARPing piece of shit as well?
I mean, I literally was not. I was not telling anyone to do that. In fact, I told people the opposite. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you getting mad at me about it?
I'm talking about a general theme here, and that's where I'm going to stick with it.
I understand that, but why are you like fucking putting that hang up on me when literally I've been telling everybody don't blame Cass for this shit? Like, I don't understand why you're putting that hang up on me, but like okay.
No. I'm literally in your case not. I'm trying to tell you that I've talked to Yoda about I've talked to Lio about this to you. About
Yoda.
He talked about it to mods, and nothing got done. There was a lot of shit talk in the Senate. That's my problem, is the lack of consistency. There seems to be a lot of this need to continually talk shit about my community before sitting down, reading what's going on, and being like, oh shit, okay, maybe these people are just a little angry and concerned. And people have a right to be concerned. I don't care if people look at
I still don't understand why he's still in the Discord. I don't understand outside of the shame aspect. Like, he's so shamed.
The stream had to happen, and then all this shit was getting thrown out there. That's pretty much a sign of obvious lack of communication skills, or being able to just say, "Look, I fucked up. I need to be fully accountable. Here's all these things." A lot of this shit's coming from either dairy farms or a lot of people, other people.
I've admitted that I fucked up. Like, I think I even admitted that publicly. I mean, there's no. Hold on. I have admitted publicly that I fucked up. I've admitted the opposite that I fucked up.
I admit he fucked up. I don't believe in this Discord call he once apologized to the Frisky Doodle. Kind of like the reverse. So you fucked up. Well, make your apologies. Don't say I don't care. And then end Discord call. Make your apologies. I'm sorry. I will be better. Instead, he's just the I don't give a shit and lingering on.
Yeah, I admitted that I was out of my depth. I admitted that.
It's like he's so, the guilt is so there, the shame, that he just, it's like he wants to be attacked still.
I breached the victim's trust. I admitted all of these things, and I have been admitted them. I admitted
That's
that
close.
I used really disgusting tactics in order to gain Zepho's trust for when there was seemingly not
Disgusting tactics.
even anything I could have gotten, which is a stupid decision to begin with.
Here's the
These
thing.
No, hold on. These are the things that I have admitted. So saying that I never admitted that is kind of not true.
Well, my issue with that is bull because the issue is I had a call with you some days ago and you were trying to act like you didn't care about how you're good over this, but you said the opposite. I have receipts in there. I've already posted it in the comments.
I said the tactics employed were effective at the time. The op itself was ill-advised and stupid. In fact,
Alright, so the more this goes on, he's just, yeah. You can put him in a garbage can, I guess. You know, redemption doesn't necessarily seem that much of an option, but we'll see. I think the thing to take from it all is it's not just don't be a charlatan, but if you truly intend to help victims, actually help them. And if you're going to be an investigative person, actually investigate. His mistake was being a charlatan. Saying that, you know, acting as an investigator, when all he was really doing, at least in this situation, was following through with a fantasy, a fetish. You know, what turned him on with the Sapphos. I think that's really when he led himself astray. At the point to where he was getting into that kind of kinkishness situation, he should have realized that he was in deep and cut himself being an investigator, honestly. He should have immediately removed himself from any investigation, from Sapphos, from the victims, apologized for, you know, essentially being an inconvenience and really ruining any chance the victim in this case had some form of, you know, chance of redemption, justice. So the note to take is, when you're in a situation like this, know when to remove yourself from a situation, because there are victims of this world, and you're not going to do these victims any service if justice is not going to be, you know, like in your foundation as an investigator, your goal. Not good. And he led himself astray. A kink gone wrong. It's the moral of the story. There is a difference between reality and fantasy. Just like thinking you're going to manipulate the manipulator. Not always the case, not ever the case. Is the lesson learned, though? Probably not right now. Damn, that was 2 weeks ago. Damn shame. And then the worser consequence of future operations, like very bleak. I guess at the moment the Sappho will just continue to do her thing, his thing, whatever. Well, he could have removed himself from the situation. Through it all, somewhere in between, he knew that at some point he knew things were going astray, that they weren't working out, and he should have removed himself. Instead, he went down the rabbit hole, and not only did he affect his status, but he also hurt any victim's chance of getting justice. Meanwhile, Sappho continuing to do her thing. It's pretty sad. Pretty damn sad. I think that's my my final analysis on that so far. Maybe not final. Who knows what's to come in the future. There hasn't been any other like incidents of like Discord calls or anything, have there? Like with him. Do you mean like the you mean about the victims, like more information? Chance to continue to victimize the victims. Oh, yeah. Right on. Well, I guess we'll have to stay tuned for more. Alright, well it's been very enjoyable, mister. It's been a while since I got back on YouTube. I wanted to get back on the wagon a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and end the stream, but it was been fun. A little bit depressing. Hopeful, but appreciate you, mister. So I will see you around. And everyone else that watches this, I'll see y'all around. Just gonna get back to work. As funny as that is to say. So have a good one, mister. I'll see you around. Let's hope justice gets served eventually.